Thank you, and I'll ask our clerk, please, to go over the processes for this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Council. As we do with our electronic meetings, I'm just going to start with a roll call. Councillor Watton, are you present with us this evening?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Councillor McDougall?
Present, JP.
Thank you. Councillor Guido?
I'm present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ross?
Present, thank you.
Councillor Kieserbrink?
Present, thank you.
And Councillor Brown?
Present.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I can confirm that we do have quorum for this meeting. In terms of staff present this evening, I'm just going to read them from our list here. So in alphabetical order, we have Adam Debicki, we have Carol Coleman, we have our CAO Ken Nix, Kevin Heritage, guest from the region of Durham, Lee Fleury, Laurie Bowers, Robin Prentice, and I think I missed Nicola Alston. I apologize, Nicola. Nicola is also with us, including myself. That is the staff present this evening. We also have some presenters, which we will be introducing later on in the meeting. Please, I would ask everyone in the meeting to mute your mic while not talking. This will avoid any background noise that may occur where you are and will avoid any echo in the audio. Please use headphones if they are available to you, as this will improve the audio quality. If you'd like to speak for members of council, please use the, and staff, in fact, please use the hand raised function in the meeting, and the mayor will then call upon you when it is your turn to speak. For members of council, if you leave your computer, please let the mayor know so the quorum can continue to be met. When moving or seconding a motion, please use the hand raised function in the meeting, and the mayor will announce who the mover and seconder is. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed to the township's YouTube channel. We will be using an electronic voting process during tonight's meeting. At the appropriate times, the mayor will ask that the voting be open, and council members will then make a selection. Once everyone has voted, it will actually not be myself this evening. It will be our recording secretary, Ms. Fry, who will announce that the voting is closing. If for any reason a council member is unable to vote, please announce your vote verbally and say in favor or against. If the electronic voting system stops working for any reason, we will revert back to the mayor asking each council member for their vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes my opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I just would like to ask all members of council, is there anyone that is on their phone tonight that will not be able to use the hands up?
Madam Mayor, it's Councillor Kieserbrink. I am on my phone.
Okay, thank you. So you'll just have to speak up if you have a question or want to make a motion. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move on to announcements from council and staff. Hands up. Okay, I have a few announcements. This morning, the region launched celebrating local business for Shop in Durham Week, and we are encouraged to support our local businesses in this unusual time of COVID, and you know, our businesses have been hit hard in many ways, and they've had to expend a lot of money on PPE and safety measures to keep their shoppers safe. And so we're encouraging everyone to shop local at this special time of year. So thank you very much to the region and all the chambers of commerce, BIAs, and all the business organizations for coming together to make a successful holiday season for all businesses. Councillor Guido, I have more announcements, but Councillor Guido, you go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to continue on the announcement that our Director of Laurie Bowers, pardon me, that did last council meeting in regards to our community of heroes and the acknowledgement of our community who have gone above and beyond during COVID. I would like to share and challenge everyone listening and the municipality to share their community spirit and who made a difference throughout COVID. The story that I shared was a local business called the Tool Doctor, who without cost shared their tool ambulance. It would lead the parade for our birthday parades that would happen throughout the municipality, and they would be blaring music and they would have a minion come out and dance. And it certainly did add some cheer to the community and to the kids who were celebrating a COVID birthday. So that was my submission that I've made so far, and I hope our residents are able to spread some joy and acknowledge our community heroes that really stood out throughout these times. Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Guido. That is really interesting and fun. Thank you for presenting that one. And yes, people, please nominate your heroes that have made a difference in your life or in the lives of others. One of my other announcements is that I was disappointed, and I'm sure we all were, that despite hundreds of submissions from municipalities, conservation authorities, high-profile and non-profit environmental organization, and members of the public that were urging the province to remove Schedule 6 from Bill 229. The bill was passed with Schedule 6 intact, so that's very concerning. Regarding COVID, we are still in the red zone in Scugog. And that means indoor gatherings are limited to 5 and outdoor gatherings are limited to 25. I know it's a very difficult time of year and we want to get together with friends and family, but I urge everyone to keep within those people limits. The police have been called to enforce and ticket several non-compliant group gatherings in Durham. We don't want that to happen in Scugog to put a damper on the upcoming holiday. And speaking of the upcoming holiday, our firefighters have made a difference in many young people's lives over this Christmas season. I would call, is the chief with us tonight, Mr. Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, he's not with us this evening.
Well, I don't know how successful it was, but I know that there were people lined up. I got their very first thing. At both locations at the 2 community centers, one in Blackstock and the one in North Port Perry. There was a great turnout of fire personnel there. I appreciate we all do appreciate their community spirit. They were ready, willing, and able to accept toys for the young people in our township. And there was a few works people there as well. So we really do appreciate that. And I don't have any further announcements. Don't see any from council. Are there any staff members that wish to make an announcement? Seeing or hearing none, we'll move on to public meetings. And the first public meeting, this portion of the meeting has been set aside for a public meeting held under Section 34 of the Planning Act to consider an application for a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by Ashlyn Kennedy of EcoView Consulting Services, Inc. on behalf of Matthew and Stephanie Passafium of, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, of Applewood Farm and Winery for the property located at 2055 Regional Road 6, Saintfield Road. The purpose of this public meeting is to obtain the views and comments of the public. No decision will be made at this public meeting. It is important that the public express their views either in person or in writing prior to decisions being made by the Council of the Township of Scugog. Everyone present has the opportunity to speak. Please be considerate of the acknowledged speaker by refraining from side conversations. While you may agree or disagree with the speaker, please refrain from audible responses and respect each speaker. To ensure that all those present who wish to speak have the opportunity to do so, speakers should limit their comments to 5 minutes and keep comments as brief and to the point as possible. Prior to speaking, please clearly state and spell your name and provide your property address for records purposes. You are encouraged to provide your comments in writing so that staff can ensure that they are accurately recorded and appropriately considered. If you do not speak at this public meeting or provide written comments before council makes a decision on the application, you may not be entitled to appeal council's decision or be added as a party to a hearing by the local planning appeal tribunal, LPAT for short, unless the tribunal determines there are reasonable grounds to do so. If you would like to be notified of the decision on these matters, please provide written notice of your desire to receive notice. The notice for this public meeting was given in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. I will now ask Nicola Alston to provide information regarding the application and an overview of the staff information report included in this agenda. Ms. Alston, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next slide, please. The purpose of this public meeting is to present the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and obtain comments from council and the public. An application for a zoning bylaw amendment was received from Ashlyn Kennedy of EcoView Consulting Services, Inc. on behalf of Stephanie and Matthew Passafume of Applewood Farms and Winery for the property located at 2055 Regional Road 6. The application was deemed complete on October 15th, 2020. I will provide a brief overview of the application with Ms. Kennedy to follow with her presentation. The owners, Mr. and Mrs. Passafume, are also in attendance and are available to answer questions. Next slide, please. The purpose of the proposed application is to permit a winery and cidery with an accessory tasting room and retail space. These uses, along with an area for the fermentation of fruit for wine and cider, will be within an existing agricultural building, which will be converted for this purpose. There is also a farm-themed playground that has been set up for farm visitors and a parking lot for just over 70 vehicles. These owners purchased the property earlier this year and propose to relocate their winery from the Stouffville area to this location. The Passafumes have planted over 7 hectares with fruit trees for their wine and various crops for summer and fall harvest for visitors to have a pick-your-own experience. They have also planted a portion of the property with coniferous trees, which in 5 or 6 years will be ready for Christmas trees. Over the next several years, the owners intend on planting additional fruit trees and harvest crops. The remainder of the cultivated lands are being used for crops such as corn, wheat, and soybean. Next slide, please. The subject property is located within the Greenbelt Protected Countryside and is designated agricultural, natural core area, and natural linkage area in the township's official plan. The agricultural designation permits on-farm diversified uses, such as a winery and cidery, that directly service and support the agricultural industry. Farm-related commercial and tourism establishments on farm properties are permitted, subject to site plan control, and the applicant has a concurrent site plan application, which is currently being reviewed. Next slide, please. The property is currently zoned agricultural with a holding provision, and environmental protection. The proposed amendment would apply a site-specific exception to the agricultural zone on the property to permit a winery and cidery. The proposed bylaw will limit uses secondary to the principal agricultural uses to 0.84 of a hectare, which is the maximum area permitted within the provincial policy statements and OMAFRA's guidelines for on-farm diversified uses, which factors in the size of this parcel. A gross floor area for all associated buildings and structures is also given in accordance with these policies, as well as a maximum area of 500 square meters for retail purposes as per the township's official plan. No objections or concerns were identified by township staff or the region of Durham, subject to comments being addressed through a related site plan application and agreement. With respect to comments from the public, Mr. and Mrs. Puckrin, the Passafume's western neighbors at 1975 Regional Road 6, have advised staff that they are in full support of this application. Notice of this public meeting was provided in accordance with the Planning Act. with notice provided to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and advertised in the local newspaper and posted on the township's website. A sign has also been placed on the property to notify the public of the application. A future staff report will include an analysis of any comments received tonight, together with any subsequent written comments from the public, and make a recommendation on the proposed application. Madam Mayor, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alston. And I will now ask Ashlyn Kennedy from EcoView Consulting Services, Inc. to present information regarding this application. Ms. Kennedy, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Planning Committee. As discussed by Nicola, the proposal is for a winery with associated retail store and tasting facilities on the subject property. The recently constructed agricultural building will be converted and be used for the purposes of the winery and associated uses. The winery will be serviced by private services, and as such, I would like to make it well known that the processing of the fruit, which is a intensive water use, will occur off the site. Fermenting and bottling will occur on site at this time. It is our opinion that the proposal is consistent with provincial policy, including the guidelines for permitted uses in Ontario's prime agricultural areas, the regional official plan, the Scugog official plan, and with the addition of this site-specific zone to be hopefully approved, the proposal will be consistent with the township's zoning bylaw. As mentioned by Nicola, I am available for questioning, and Matt and Stephanie are also available today to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. Manager, are you still there?
Oh, I put it on mute. Are there any questions from council on the presentations or the associated staff report that you'll find on page 4 of your agenda tonight? Any questions?
Councillor Kieserbrink here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just want to thank the proponents for their presentation and also to our staff. I just wanted to ask what did they like about this location as being a good spot for their cidery, and what do they like about the farm building for redeveloping that into the use that they're proposing? Maybe Matt, is it Matt and Stephanie? Maybe they could answer that for me.
I believe Ms. Kennedy, I don't know if you can answer that question.
We're happy to answer if you'd like.
And who am I speaking to?
Oh, sorry, this is Matthew and Stephanie Pasquier.
Okay, please go ahead.
You know what? We actually fell in love with the region, with Port Perry. We've been bringing our kids here to your medical clinic for years, and we'd sort of make a day of it. And it's just such a thriving, small, warm tourist hub. And it just seemed an absolute perfect fit for what we want to do, what we want to achieve. The farm that we came upon, you know what, we just fell in love with. It's high, it's scenic. The barn that we built is, I think it just embodies what we want to present as far as the feeling of the farm. It is absolutely a dream come true here. I'll put my wife on for a second.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you so much, and thank you for your kind comments. We knew this all along. What a great place Scugog is. So, thank you. Further, Councillor Kieserbrink? Anything further?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So it sounds like the operation that you're proposing will involve a combination of resources for the public, from pick your own strawberries and mulberries. I think your website says offering a pumpkin maze, honey, apple cider, as well as the winery. And it looks like you're already undertaking an online store. So you're coming at this with some experience, it looks like?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, yes, sorry, absolutely. We've been actually doing this for the past 20 years in Stouffville. And, you know, all the cool people are moving east. So here we are. But no, certainly this is it's not a new endeavor for us. It's just a brand new feel, a new location, and a new home for us.
And it's our own place. We had our business on Matt's parents' farm previously, so we were able to get a place of our own, and we're really excited about that.
Oh, that's good. Well,
Oh, I see. That's
and-
really cool. So
Yeah.
it does look like that there's some important details being addressed in the application, including the relocation of the stormwater management pond and road widening for the farm frontage as is required by the Works Department. But to EcoView Consulting, I believe that that's all being addressed as a part of the site plan. Is that what you were saying?
To you, Councillor Kieserbrink, we submitted our site plan application concurrently with our zoning bylaw application. But as those comments have come in from the region, we will certainly deal with that through the revision to the site plan.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. I see Councillor McDougall has his hand up, and I think he wants to make the motion on page 4. So since I don't see any other hands up, Councillor McDougall, please go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Drew, I'd like to make the motion. I do have one question actually for Matt and Stephanie, if I
Okay.
might, before I make that motion. Matt and Stephanie, will you be joining Ontario by Bike to encourage cycle tourism to your new location?
Yes.
Absolutely. In fact, the bike rack, we're working on it right now.
Excellent. You can count on me biking up there in the spring. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make that motion.
Just hold on one second, please, Councillor McDougall. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak to this matter? I see none and hear none. So this concludes this portion of the meeting. Written comments can still be provided to planning staff following this meeting. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor McDougall.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the motion.
I'll
Okay.
second it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, can you put the motion up, or Ms. Fry? There we are. The motion is up. Any questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none. Recording Secretary Sandra Fry, can you call the vote, please? And Sandra is doing this for the first time, so we will be patient.
Voting is open, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
It's Councillor Guido. It's not coming up for me, so I vote in favor. Thank you.
And that is carried unanimously. This is a very exciting project. We certainly wish you all the best. Welcome to Scugog Township. I know this is very exciting for everyone, and you seem to have the commitment, the energy, and the enthusiasm to make this a success. So we'll hope that everything goes smoothly until this is passed. So thank you very much for your delegations tonight, and we'll move on.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to presentations and delegations, I have Mr. Don Given from Malone Given Parsons Limited on behalf of Rick Wanup Developments, 1064021 Ontario Limited, Wanup Family Farms, 2636731 Ontario Limited, and Daniel and Robin Luchka. And the report is on page 17, which I will pull that. So Mr. Given, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. There is a slide presentation that I'd ask your clerk to put up.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of council and staff. The conversion process that the region is asking you to consider looks at the entire region and its future needs for employment lands. And if you take a time to look at where employment growth is taking place within the region, you'll see that the bulk of it is going to be along the Lakeshore corridor, where the main highways are and the job opportunities are higher. A property like this is quite unusual in that context. It is the largest employment area in your official plan in the northern tier of municipalities. What my client would like to do is work with you to find a way to open up some of the lands for employment. But if you've read the region's report that we forwarded to you, and if I could just flip down to the quote that we have. Just as it's next one down, I believe. Yes, this comes from a report done by the region earlier in the year, and it clearly acknowledges that in order to open up these lands, the landowner has to not only wait for the region to invest about $18 million into regional services, but also they have to work on the internal roads and to make it open up. The problem my client has had for some time now is that the market is not strong in this community. He does want to work with you, though, to create an employment area. But when you look at the larger opportunity that we have here, you as a municipality are limited in what you can do in the way of future residential growth because of you're surrounded by green belt, and the growth plan doesn't allow you to move into those agriculturally designated lands unless there's no reasonable alternative. In this particular case, there is an alternative to add residential elements to the community that we think would be an asset. You'll recall from the plan I had up at the beginning, it's a mixture of residential types, some mixed use, and it would allow for a range of types of opportunity to add to the community that we think would be complementary to what you have. One of the problems my client has always had is the grades are quite steep on this property. It rises 50 feet from the water course up to the top of the ridge. And we're trying to use that ridge divide as a break between what would become an employment area and the residential to the east of it. Anybody that has seen this property would know that to put flat industrial buildings on a lot of this land would take extensive amount of construction works to flatten the land. We think it's more suited to residential lands. It's not far from the arena. Not far from a lot of your other community uses. It's got residential to the east of it on the other side of the creek. It seems to us that we can find a way to work with the municipality to get the job creation opportunities both in the population serving and in the employment type of categories. We've given you further on here a list of what we think would be the development charge revenue. That revenue is what is needed. If you keep going, sorry. Keep going here. That revenue is what is needed to help pay for this infrastructure. The residential town revenues to the town would be in the range of 11 million and to the region 21 million. If those lands could be developed as we're showing them, there is a way in which the municipality could receive revenues that would assist in the development of the employment lands, and the region would as well to pay for their larger infrastructure requirements. At this time, I can tell you that while they're going ahead at the region with an environmental assessment to look at the servicing requirements, they see this as a low priority area because the job densities that you get of 39 jobs to the hectare are much lower than they would have in the south, and the benefit to them at not 39 jobs, but the benefit of 39 jobs per million of investment is far exceeded by the lands in the south. So we're trying to find a way to put these lands together in a way that's workable. Thank you very much, your worship, members of council. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Questions only, please, from members of council to the delegate. Hands up. There are no questions. Oh, there we do. Councillor McDougall.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. A quick question for the planner. I guess my question is at this time you've identified that there's too much employment land in Scugog and that some of this land should be converted. And I guess my question is how do we know that we have too much employment land in Scugog, and how much should there be?
It's a good question, and it's a hard one to answer. When we're planning for employment conversions, we look at the types of job opportunities that are being created, and the growth plan now has a horizon of 2051. And in that period of time, the work that has been done by the province, by the firm called Hemson and Associates, shows about 131,000 jobs coming to the region between 2016 and 2051 for employment lands. And that's about half of the total jobs, which are also, there's jobs in major offices and there's jobs in what they call community serving. So 131,000 jobs coming to the region sounds like a lot, but we're talking about a long horizon here. And when you look at the opportunities for employment serving jobs across this region, they're going to be clustered in certain areas where they get good access, like the 407 or like 412. And they're going to be where there's a labor pool that exists today that is trained and can do it. What you have in your community is far different from that. It's not competitive from a locational point of view, and it doesn't have the same kind of opportunities for just-in-time delivery or getting lands ready to a market that's in close proximity. So when we try to figure out what you do in a rural area like this, you look at the history. The history here has been very low absorption over the years. I gather there's constraints that have influenced that to some extent, but it's the same up in Uxbridge. It's the same in Brock. The northern tier don't get a big share of those 131,000 jobs. Uxbridge has hardly any employment land, and they're getting by. And what they did was they identified many years ago an opportunity out on the town line, and they built in a rural area, an area where they have created a business park. And that's working well because it's not too far from the 404 and the market area. When we come to Scugog, you're a long way away from that, and you can't compete with that. If you look at Brock, they have very little land, and they're getting by. So I think your future continues to be, as you heard from the previous delegation, that you're a great community. I don't live too far from you. I come into the town just about once a week to shop. I know, and I love the village. I love the town. I think that's your future. And what we're seeing is residential requirements are changing as we learn to live with COVID. People are prepared to work from home more easily. We have the technologies that allow for that. They don't have to make long commutes as much as they used to. All of that's a part of the future. And I think it's why places like Port Perry will thrive in the post-COVID era. So as I said, it's a difficult question you asked, and it's not an easy answer, but I can tell you that the opportunity does exist for some jobs, but not at the scale that we think those that you have in the way of over 200,000 hectares of land.
Okay. Anything further, Councillor McDougall?
No, that's all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ross?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question for the delegation. Just going back to your previous answer, can you maybe give us an example? The labor pool that you discussed and the clustering of businesses closer to the communities to the south. What's your source for those speculations? Is that your opinion, or is that coming from a study? Or I didn't catch that.
Well, I live in Pickering, and the very northeast part of Pickering, up near Dagmar ski area. So I'm very familiar with this. I've worked in this community since 1971 as a planner. I did the economic strategy for Durham region many years ago, and I've prepared many plans and worked throughout this area. I'm working in Pickering now for the conversion of employment lands to accommodate the casino that's in South Pickering, and we have worked in conversion of lands in around, well, many conversion exercises. But the point is, when you look at what's happening on the 407 now, you'll see with Kubota coming in and other lands being opened up, that's where the employment growth is going to take place. If the airport opens up someday, as some people think it will be a catalyst for Northeast Pickering to attract more jobs. And then all along that corridor, I think you're going to see jobs being created. You'll see them in Brooklyn, where we're doing the major community expansion for Brooklyn, along the 404 corridor or 407 corridor. There's employment opportunities being created there. And that will extend even out to Oshawa, North Oshawa. We'll get the benefit of that. So you've got a major avenue which is deliberately designed to serve the requirements of the traveling public and particularly businesses. They could have gone just with Highway 7 being widened, but the province decided to go with 407 to put it in a competitive position. And I'm sorry for going on so long, but as you've heard, I've been working at this for quite a while. And I can remember back in '71 when Darcy McHugh had a Grow East strategy, which was to open up places like Durham to create jobs that would balance what was going on in the west end of the region. And that strategy is now coming into play with the 407 and the airport potentially.
Okay, further, Councillor Ross?
Yeah, great, thank you. So,
Okay.
sorry, just so in brief, you're saying that the comments before were based off of your experience, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Second of all, just a question, the residential requirements for Scugog, I'm assuming based on this application, you see these, you see the need in Scugog being there for the size of this project, even though we have a number of new residential developments coming online in the next decade or so.
Do you have an answer or comment on that? Are you having trouble with your mic? We're not hearing you. JP, is there a problem?
Mr. Given, are you still with us? I can see you're still in the meeting. Your mic is unmuted. Mr. Given, can you please respond? Yeah, appears to be having some technical issues, Madam Mayor, because he is still with us and he has got his mic unmuted. Mr. Given, if you happen to be able to hear me, there is a phone number in which you can call in, same right beside the button where you press to join this meeting. So if you're having some issues, Madam Mayor, it appears that Mr. Given is gone now. So he looks like he has disconnected.
Okay, we'll give him a minute to see if he's going to come in on the phone.
Madam Mayor, I can wait on that question if he comes back and perhaps pose it to Mr. Heritage during the actual report.
Okay. And Councillor Watton, did you have a question?
I did, Madam Mayor, and then I also have a motion to introduce another a request for another delegation. But I did have a question for Mr. Given.
Okay, when you make that motion for the other delegation, would it be fair to say, and I guess I have to ask our clerk too, that the questions, further questions can be asked of either Mr. Given or Mr. Wanup? Would that be okay, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think that's appropriate just from a common sense perspective. If we get Mr. Given back and questions were not fulfilled, I think that makes sense that and here's Mr. Given now. So let me just try, see if he's able to come back. Mr. Given, you're on mute at the moment, but are you back with us?
I am. I'm sorry. Living in the country, Wi-Fi is not that reliable. Apologize.
No problem. Madam Mayor, Mr. Given's back, so I'd go with the questions now.
Thank you very much. Did you hear Councillor Ross's question, Mr. Given?
No, I'm sorry. I lost just as he was speaking.
Okay, Councillor Ross, do you want to repeat it or do you want to ask our staff that question?
No, I would like to get Mr. Given's answer anyways. Sir, just asking in regards to the residential requirement and what you see as far as ensuring that these houses or this development is filled, given the housing projects that are going into Port Perry in the next couple of years.
Well, I looked at your land supply and you're running out of opportunities to grow, and with the constraints of the greenbelt around you, there's limitations on what you can do. So I thought there's this opportunity to convert a piece of land that's been vacant for 100 years or farmed for 100 years, gave you a chance to do a residential expansion in an area that seems to be already supported by community facilities and good roads, and it would give you the revenue that's needed to help offset the cost for opening up the employment land. the residential opportunities for Port Perry, I think, are going to continue to grow. As you know, servicing limitations up in Uxbridge are constraining growth opportunities up there. You have more capacity than they do for that opportunity, and you're getting a lot closer to town. I can remember when I had a staff member working in Port Perry and my office is over in Buttonville. He would commute in. I said, how can you drive that far? Today, it's not that far at all.
Anything further, Councillor Ross?
No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Watton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to Mr. Given. You mentioned about that there was lots of land within the region for employment, and I wondered if you could just speak specifically to the areas that have recently been designated provincially significant. My research has indicated, and further to what you have said, is that they are basically all in the south, along the 401, the 407, the 412, and the 418. And I believe that, I think you mentioned Pickering, for example. I believe they, if my research is correct, they have and what they call the innovation corridor, which is up to 800 acres. Do you have any idea, like how much more land there would be along the southern portion of the region that we are competing with, even without an airport potentially coming in?
The region did an inventory of vacant employment land as a part of that report that I've referred you to. I'd have to dig it out, but it's fairly extensive, because if you can just picture the 407 lands, for example, going through Brooklyn, the lands to the south of the 407 are employment lands. If you go over to North Oshawa, you'll see that they've designated employment lands along that. And in the Pickering area, it's just about everything along the 407 west of Lakeridge is designated. So there's a huge amount of land that has been waiting for services to get to it. The designations, just because you color it doesn't make it happen. So the services in Seaton's case are working their way up to the 407, and the Kubota building's already coming out of the ground. So those lands which are provincially significant throughout this GTA area are typically found along the 4 series highways, because they recognize the importance of goods movement being a key part of good industry locations.
Okay, and all right, I've forgotten my other questions, so I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you very much, Mr. Given.
Did you want to make your motion now, or?
If there are no further questions for Mr. Given, then I will. But if there are, then I will wait till to make my motion to allow the other delegation when Mr. Given is finished.
Okay, I have some questions. Is there any other councillors have questions? Okay.
I did, Madam Mayor. It's
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure who would be best served to answer this question. I believe Councillor Watton has a motion to bring Mr. Wan up into the conversation. So Mr. Given, if you feel that he's better suited to answer this, I'll wait. But I did want to ask, in some communications from Mr. Wanup through email to the councillors and staff, he advised that he has a commitment with Durham Region, working with them, and a commitment to a mutually agreed amount of employment land to get future services going forward through our land to service all of the other employment lands. I'm just wondering if you could explain about this agreement. It's not mentioned in your report, Mr. Given, so I'm just wondering, my question is two-pronged. One is just to explain the statement further, but secondly, to explain how the support of this report will result in future services to the other employment lands. Thank you.
Yes, I have not had the direct discussions that my client has had with the region about the agreement, but I can tell you what I do know, which is that there's a willingness on my client's part to enter into an agreement to service the lands on the basis that he would get residential on a portion of the lands and then be prepared to service the balance of the employment lands that are left over. And that is not unusual. I've found that, for example, on some employment land in Markham on the north side of 16th and Woodbine, that the mayor asked for the same type of arrangement so that he could be assured that he would get what he was asking for. And these conversion requests are starting to become that. They're sort of deal making as we proceed. And in Markham's case, they wanted seniors housing and rental housing on the lands, which my client in that case said, yes, that's he committed to that. So it's not an unusual situation. I've run into it in other sites as well, but I think that that's what my client is proposing, is a deal of that type or arrangement of that type.
Further, Councillor Kiesebrink?
So maybe then I'll just wait and pose my question for that clarity when Mr. Wanup is with us in the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDougall?
Yes, I just have a follow-up question. Having grown up in Scugog and knowing the geography a bit of that area, I look at the ridge and I see, you know, if we're going to look at converting this portion of land, wouldn't it make sense for us to convert the portion of land south all the way to line 6 as well? And how do you determine, you know, if you know, I'm just looking at this in terms of a total pie, but I mean, the geography is not different between these two portions of land, between the portion south of Mr. Wanup's and Mr. Wanup's south.
Is that a question for me?
It is a question. Would this not be an appropriate time to consider both at the same time?
Yes, it is. You cannot do conversions quickly. You can only do it once every 10 years. You get a chance to look at these long-term decisions. And if you're going to think that way, now's the time to do it.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor McDougall?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brown? You're muted, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. This is for, thank you, and through you, Madam Mayor, this is for Director Heritage.
It's questions to the
No.
delegation right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can ask Mr. Given this.
Okay.
In your estimation, do you think that you have a convincing enough argument to prove that there is an actual need for housing at this particular time?
Yes, the population growth that's been assigned to the region is significant over the horizon to 2051, and it'll be distributed throughout the region. Normally, it's distributed basically in proportion to the growth that you already have, or the population you already have. Some of it will go to what they call infill, which is redevelopment of sites, and some of it goes to greenfields. You have pretty much run out of greenfield opportunities, and this is an opportunity to create some greenfield for residential purposes.
So your answer is yes, then I take it, right?
Okay. Yes for Scugog, Mr. Given, or you referred to the region-wide. I think basically Councillor Brown was looking for is do you have any evidence that Scugog can take more residential?
Well, let's put it in context. Between 2016 and 2051, they're adding about 630,000 people to the region. That's the forecast.
Yeah.
And that has to be divided up, and typically everybody's asked to take a share of that. So it's not a burden on any one community. And if I was, distributing it, I'd say, here's your share, Scugog. It's in this range, and it's the proportions that we're talking about are not that big a number because your existing share of growth or population in the region is not that big. But if you take that math and you do it, you're looking at basically the type of population that we're talking about in this area. Now, you'll find that other municipalities don't have that opportunity in the region. For example, Ajax has run out of greenfield opportunities. They cannot expand. They can only go through redevelopment. Oshawa is running out of land. In North Oshawa is the last of that they have. Whitby is pretty much out of land. I'm doing the work down in Brooklyn that's already in the urban area around Brooklyn. There's only a limited amount of land left to be grow into.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions from the rest of council, so I have some questions myself. Would you say is it fair to say that that land employment land along the 400 series would be considerably more expensive than employment land in Scugog Township?
Definitely, the lands along the 4 series highways will be probably in the $500,000 plus range an acre for serviced land. Whereas you come to a rural area like yourself, it's less than half that. So yes, and the reason that those land values are so high is that there's industrial location decisions are made based on a combination of factors, primarily which is the cost to transport to get from your goods from where you're storing them to the marketplace. So those main highways offer that kind of advantage.
So would it be fair to say that an investor would have to look at the cost of traveling 15 minutes south to the 400 series is, and the cost of the land, whether it would be worth their while to make that investment in Scugog rather than the 400 series, because the cost of land is so much cheaper?
That's right. Just to put it in context, the Greater Toronto Area center for employment growth is not downtown Toronto, much as Toronto would like to think it is. It's the area around the airport, the Pearson Airport. And the reason that is the center is that it's geographically centered on 4 major highways that all come together there, that feed services and vehicles can get around to the market areas quickly. And a lot of our work in employment areas now is in distribution centers. I'm working on one in Pickering. We're working on some elsewhere in the GTA. They all come down to the cost of time, the cost of travel, when they come to their equation of how they want to be located. Just-in-time delivery is a key part of that. Walmart, we used to joke, warehouses are on the road. That's the way business decisions are being made today.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so they have to cost out how much it's worth to have to travel 15 minutes south.
That's right.
Yeah. Now I'm just having trouble with the figures. As I read it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we have 56 hectares currently in the employment area. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And your area that you're talking about tonight is it says plus or minus 31 hectares, but there's also
more
another
than 31.
Is it up to 43?
It's closer to that. When we wrote that report, we basically were talking to Mr. Wanup about half the land going res and half of it going to employment. And he pointed out after we got the report out that the logical break is at the top of the hill. And we think that makes a lot of sense. But, that's an official plan amendment decision that we will get to if we're given the opportunity to work with you to do a conversion. So
how much of the property is actually going, are you intending for residential of the 31 to 43 hectares?
It's about, well, you can go back to the plan that we provided you with. You see quite a bit of it. We've got in buffers and parks and et cetera. Mm-hmm. But I would think that we're about 20, 30, probably 25 hectares. It's a pure residential. Okay.
So you're taking, your proposal is actually pretty well cutting our employment lands acreage hectares in half.
We're cutting, yes, we're redesignating it, that's right.
Yes, so we currently have 56. You're talking about, say, 25. So that leaves just 31 hectares left of employment land. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Thank you. How did you come up with, not sure if this is a typo, but 12,500 jobs for the site. How did you come up with that?
12,500 jobs. I'm trying to remember where I said that.
It's in our report. And it's your Stan. Oh dear, I can't. Oh, here it is. It's on page 47 of 59 of our agenda, and there's no page number on the report. So if you have our agenda,
I do. I'm just looking through it.
Yeah, it says concept plan, landowners consultant submission. Concept plan for site could generate an employment yield of 12,500 jobs.
Well, we try to work with densities that are reasonable. The density that you have in your community is about 12 jobs to the hectare.
Mm-hmm.
So we would never get to 12,000 jobs. I don't know where that math came from. I apologize if I've made a mistake there.
I kind of wondered.
Yeah, but you have a density of 12. It's very low density for an employment area, but it's the nature of the jobs that you have.
Okay. Okay. So that's I thought that was a little wild. So, can you tell me? And I think this was touched on before, but what supporting planning evidence or market justification do you have that indicates employment lands are not needed and or that additional are needed to accommodate a possible future population growth in the township? Do you have any planning evidence or market justification?
Only as I've explained before, that this is not a prime market location for jobs. And when it comes to looking at how many jobs you'll have by 2051, if you continue at the densities that you've got today of 12 jobs to the hectare, and that's only occurred for the last few years. You've had very little uptake. You're not going to need much land. There's no precise, it's how do you prove a negative? There's no precise way to forecast what these requirements are. If you are down in the south part of the region, it becomes more easy because there's an absorption level that you can calculate industry requirements based on. Where you are, you don't have an absorption level.
But you don't have a document to give you a market justification. Okay, thank you. I think I'll wait for Mr. Wanup, and I've got some more questions.
Okay.
I see no other hands. So Councillor Watton, do you want to make your motion?
Madam Mayor, if we could just receive this delegation first.
Okay.
I'll also move that.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Guido.
I'll second it, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Guido had her hand up before you spoke up. Okay, any questions or comments on receiving? Seeing none, I guess it's our recording secretary. Please call the vote.
Open the voting, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Guido, are you able to vote this time?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I was. Thank you.
Good. Okay, thanks. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillor Watton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to make the following motion that the rules of procedure be suspended and that the additional delegation for Mr. Rick Wanup regarding the report Dev 2020-41 be added to the agenda in accordance with section 7.19G of the procedure bylaw 6818 as amended. I believe it requires 2/3, Madam Mayor.
Yes, it
to
does.
allow it.
Yes, it does. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor McDougall. Madam Recording Secretary, will you please call the vote? Or is there any questions on that? Seeing none, will you please call the vote?
The vote is open, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And that's carried unanimously. You got your 2/3. Councillor Watton, please go ahead. Or shall I call on Mr. Wanup?
That's great. No, we can, I have a question for Mr. Wanup, but we can allow Mr. Wanup to speak first and see where that goes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wanup, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the rest of the council and staff. I'm here I'm sure there's lots of questions, and I'd like the opportunity, if you would, for the town to back our proposal. And I really think we can have a joint venture between myself and the town, and I think it's something that we could do a good job at. And I've been a landowner forever up at Port Perry, and I've been trying to do all kinds of things with it. And like I said, I'm open to try to work with everybody, and I think anybody that's done business with me will attest to how we deal with ourselves. And I welcome your questions and afterwards as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wanup. I know that you've been very diligent in keeping council informed from your point of view on this issue, and it's nice to see you've got your camera on. It's nice to put a face to the voice that we've been hearing quite a bit of the last couple of weeks. So, Councillor Watton, you had a question for Mr. Wanup.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have one, and it's more for clarity for the size of your entire property, Mr. Wanup. How large is it actually that we're talking about?
Okay. On the south side, we have 150 acres, and on the north, we have 100 acres of Reach Street. What we're talking about is 150 acres.
So of that 150 acres, how much do you think what is the actual amount that you are hoping to convert?
Well,
I know it's been up and down, but what do you see as the optimum?
Okay. Well, ideally, if we go with the contours of the land and work at that basis of its very high slopes for industrial large buildings, et cetera, to work, then what I had suggested with Simon Gill with the town or with the region, that we could go for about 75 acres. And that's kind of what I said to him. And so that's kind of what we were looking at. And then we got looking into more parklands for the town for the new drawing that Mr. Given had done. And that's kind of where it was. And then we had all the other meetings, and I know there's other councillors that have asked questions about how that kind of agreement had come across between myself and Durham Region. And that's kind of where we started at the 75 acres, basically 50-50. And that's how that went. So right now, when you had the committee of the whole report presented to you at the time, do you want me to just back up and kind of explain to the other councillors how we came up with that 75-acre parcel, and then that kind of hopefully will answer a couple questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, so anyways, the meeting was actually I was asked. I had a meeting prior to all this with Mr. Heritage and Paul Allure, and it was for Durham Region. They had asked if I'd be willing to allow them to go through our lands to service the lands out through in the industrial park. And it was noted that they needed it to go through our lands or they weren't going to do it. So anyway, I set up a meeting, an actual site meeting with Mr. Simon Gill and with Stacy Jibb. And I asked Councillor Wotton to come by because she happened to be in the area. So we did a run around the field, the farms, with the truck in the snow. Anyways, I wanted Mr. Gill to see the very steepness of the property, which would lend itself to being a real issue for industrial lands. After our driving around the farms, there was a meeting back at the Township of Scugog with a more Durham staff and with Mr. Heritage and Mr. Allure and Councillor Wotton. And anyway, so we went around and around the table, and the discussion was, I would go for it. I would allow the servicing. I would, get on board to do the servicing, but they wanted a commitment to go back to Durham Region to say, yes, Mr. Wanop will agree to this, and as long as we can get him shovel-ready land. So then the meeting progressed, and I said, I had requested a pumping station put into the Durham budget to the west end of our property on Reach Street. Well, nobody knew about that. And I said, no, it's in the budget. So Stacy Jibb, she went onto her computer during the meeting and said, yes, Mr. Wanop is correct, that there was budget money put in for the pumping station, which is a huge plus. Anyway, so then the conversation went some more. And I said, I would agree to doing 75 acres of industrial if I can do the rest conversion to employment, because we'll be forever ever using up this land. So anyway, so that's kind of went, and I said, I do not want heavy industry on that land. I want prestige. So we went back and forth with Paul Allure, and finally he said, yes, I think we can work with that, Mr. Wanop. So that was that, and then the meeting was finalized, and then that report was worked on, and then it went back to the committee of the whole. And they then, because of the cost per person to Durham Region to put in the servicing, they said it was, just didn't make sense right now, but they did allow to do the EA for the pumping station, which was a huge benefit to go forward for the town. So then when I was getting the paperwork done with Mr. Gibbon, because I had a deadline to get it in for our employment land conversion, I went back and really looked at the property again and just looked at it. And I thought, I really would like to get to the woodlot for the residential component, so everybody would have access to this big, beautiful forest. And the problem being, if we stayed to the course of the line of the 75 acres, it would have industrial or employment lands blocking it from the residential component. So I phoned Simon Gill right away while I was in the vehicle. And I said to him, look, Simon, I said, I don't want to go back on my word here, and I don't want to jeopardize the town getting the services put through, the EA done on the pumping station if we change the land, because I still want to get to this woodlot. I says, we can go up on either side of the woodlot to give you as close to that amount as we said. And he says, Rick, I totally understand what you're saying. And no, it will not. They have voted on it, and the EA will go forward with the pumping station, and we can work with this. So that's how it was left. And that is what was said by him and myself. And so anyway, so that's how that worked. And I'm just trying to think, is there another question, or did I go too far the wrong way on it?
I think you're okay. Councillor Wotton, further questions?
Nope, just want to clarify, are we still just talking 75 acres, like ultimately a 50-50 split, even though that the line is no longer straight?
Yeah.
It's going around the woodlot.
that's right now is the intent. It is open for work between us and yourselves, the town and the region, but
Okay.
that's kind of like the land. It's like the line in the sand, but we can bend it because it was just in order to get access to the woodlot, which is a shame if we didn't.
Right. Okay, so if I understand correctly, the maximum would be 75 acres for conversion, but it's possible it could be a little bit less.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Watton?
No, Madam Mayor, that's it for me. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Any other questions from council? I have a few, but I'll Councillor Brown. You're muted, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Wanup, when you bought the land that we're talking about here, were they designated employment lands at that time?
Yes, the Southlands were. They were in the employment opportunity of the town.
So you would have known that there was an impediment to building homes there right from the very get-go then?
Well, it changed back and forth, and they put a deferral on I think it was 2010, because they felt that there was way too much land then, and then on the north side it was open space.
Okay, just one other question. I know you're aware because you sent a copy of your notes to me and probably the other councillors and the mayor, for all I know. So you're aware that the opinion of staff on this is a big no, right?
I'm aware of the planning report.
Okay, well, I'll suppose for them. So what's your reaction to the fact that they're dead set against this?
Well, I guess my point is that these lands have been this way forever, and we're trying to work here with the region, because if you read in the page the report of the committee of the whole of the 2 pages that dedicated to Port Perry, it clearly states in there that they're willing to do the pumping station, which I asked them to put into the budget. They've provided the funds to do the EA to do it. But the problem being is that unless the lands go through our land and the servicing, and that we put the roads in to make good use of them to get out to Reach Street, and then go and work for the rest of all the lands, it's not going to work, and it's all wasted for nothing. And the problem is, Mr. Brown, sorry, is that it's going to take a horrendous amount of money to put the servicing in just for the industrial, and it's a huge risk that I don't know who would be willing to do right now, given the changing demographics of the employment world out there, especially post-COVID. So that's why we sat down. We've spent a lot of time with Durham Region, and it started with the water tower. We were approached in 2017 to consider putting the water tower on our south line, and when we did, so I said sure. Mr. Rich Tyndall approached me, and so I've had several meetings with them, and they said, could you please do some form of a drawing, because they knew what we were looking for as well. And they said, would you please come up with some road patterns so that we could accommodate getting to the tower, plus getting the lines out to Reach Street, so that then it's accessible, plus it's in a designated road. So then we went and said, yes, we would. So we went forward, did a lot of different planning, and we drew it all. And so that's how that started. And so we've been really trying to help ourselves, the town, and work with Durham. So it's not been, and that's really the bottom line with this, Mr. Brown, is that there's so much employment lands, but in order to get them going, this is the catalyst. And how long it would take to use up all those lands? Like I said, we bought the lands back in the 80s, and there hasn't been a lot of growth there. And what we are suggesting that we do with our employment lands that we want to do in our plan, we feel we have a lot of good ideas that can bring a lot of employment that's sustainable employment as well. So I really feel that it's a win-win for everybody involved if we can kind of just go through and go with it. And old planning is based on old official plans and all that, but we're in a big changing time and things need to change a bit. And we farm as well, all down in the Markham, areas all down through there. And I see all the lands that's all going into Kubota and everything else. So they all go right along 7. And all the lands down there in the Durham region employment vision, they're all designated as you don't touch them. But they didn't give Port Perry any no, you can't touch lands, because they know the absorption rate is very, very limited up there. So anyways, hopefully it sort of helped a bit.
Okay,
Councillor
thank you.
Further? Nothing
No,
further?
nothing
Okay,
further, thank you.
Any other questions from councillors?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Please go ahead, Councillor Kiesebrink.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wanup, for joining us and giving us some of the history of the work that's gone on. And just for further clarity, there was sorry, I have so many questions. Okay, let's start with the tower one. So did the region, in fact, purchase property from you to put the water tower in then?
Right now, the decision they're trying to make, it's either going to be on our south limits or the north limits of the farm right beside us. And I had a site meeting with Aaron Christie. He is the manager of the development for the water and sewers now. He took over Mr. Tyndall's position. I met with him in November once our crops were off, and it's still undecided whether it's going on our lands or their lands, because we both have the same height. They were originally trying to go on the south side of our line fence and then try to put a bulk filling station down in the circle of the Port North area, but it's quite steep, and now they don't know how they're going to do that. So now they're back to square one, but they're working on it because he knows he has to get this water tower done. So the answer, they have not bought anybody's land yet, and it's either our side or the Ottelberger family side. So it's back and forth.
So I believe they have done the Class EA for that water tower already, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. You mentioned in some email communications to council that there was a point in time when you had been asked to give up 25 acres for a manufacturing facility. Can you explain that?
No, it wasn't giving it up. I was trying to show the lack of interest for people wanting to buy any of our lands that's been in the employment lands. And the only conversation I had or inquiry was through Kevin Heritage, and the one company was a paving brick company, and they wanted between 15 and 25 acres. And then I queried Kevin to ask, and at the end of the day, because we were looking at the opportunities for employment, they said at the final it would take 10 employees once it was up and running. And that was just ridiculous, the yield of 10 people to 25 acres.
So that inquiry didn't turn into a purchase of your land for a business to be located there then?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it didn't go any further than that. Okay.
And further, could you explain the comments that you had made that that the services for the employment lands would have to go through your land? I asked that question of Mr. Given, and he intimated that you might be a better person to answer that question. So maybe you could explain that further?
Sure. That goes back to the meeting I had with Mr. Heritage and Mr. Allure in the last fall. And the region was looking around wanting ways to get some shovel-ready lands for a lot of the towns because there isn't any or hardly any in certain areas. So they approached me and they said, but they need to go through your lands in order to service the rest of the employment areas along Reach and to the south. And so that's how it started. And so and that's how we had the other meetings, because I was interested, but I was not interested in trying to get rid of 150 acres because my grandchildren would be way past by the time it was going. And like I said, I built a subdivision in Stouffville. I kind of know logistics of stuff, and I've seen it. That it hasn't been there. The want and the need. The big problem was over years is that we had no servicing and for the land up there. And you know, the region had gone to at the time it was Maryland Pierce, and they had us in, and the region was going to put sewers and water in for us, but they wanted 45,000 acres, $45,000 per acre for us to do it. But at the time, employment lands on the 115 in Peterborough was advertised at $45,000 an acre for the land with the servicing. So I said, well, I guess that's not going to work because I'm not giving our lands away. So anyway, so yeah, the absorption has been nothing. And the inquiries, I was just trying to say, and the other thing too, is if by us doing this was going to open the doors for the rest of the employment lands. And this is why Durham Region was so, pro to do this with us. And I just know that they're willing to still do it. And the other thing too is 75 acres seems like a lot, but then when you decide and you see, by us allowing the water and servicing to get through into the rest of the employment lands, it gives you a lot more land, because now the restrictions on these individual lots are gone. They don't have to have the septic tanks. They don't have to have the big storm, the fire ponds, and then the restrictions of setbacks with wells. And a lot of people wanted, proper water flows. So, it's a win-win. So the point is that the acreage that gets wasted for septics and fire ponds and wells is horrendous. And you're going to gain back a big chunk of that with fully serviced employment lands.
Further, Councillor Kiesebrink?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Wanab. I appreciate your answers.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, I have a few.
Okay.
As you're aware, the region is making a concerted effort to service as many employment areas as possible with limited funding to create more jobs within the local municipalities. I'm very concerned that the construction of the sewage pumping station and the associated force main and gravity sewer along Reach Street that Councillor Watton and I, and before Councillor Watton got on regional council, myself and others have worked, and the staff have worked so hard for to get that servicing, and it will finally bring the servicing to the doorstep of the Port Perry employment area. Will you be seriously jeopardized should your conversion request proceed? I have a real concern about that. Should your conversion request be supported by council and the sewage pumping station no longer proceeds, will you still develop the eastern portion of the subject lands for residential development without any employment uses and connect to the gravity sewer under the creek towards Sherrington Drive?
Mayor, there is servicing for us on that east portion that will feed into Sheraton Drive. That's correct. There is talking to Simon Gill before we did this is his answer was no, this will not jeopardize it. And he said, and again today, because I had this question asked to me, that no, this will not impact the EA and the pumping station going forward. It's approved. And so and because I didn't want that to jeopardize it, because we still have the 75 acres on the west end that needs the sewers and water down the road, and that was a legitimate concern of mine about it, because I knew that we could get servicing to the east for a portion of the lands, but on the overall picture, what we're presenting is the best situation for the town and for ourselves, and for the employment that I feel we could bring forward to our area of prestige in there. I think it would do the town proud, because the numbers that I'm seeing in the certain different reports of ideas of what I'm trying to put forward to the town, if we could go forward, I think the town would be it would do well by it all. And I gladly respond a little bit more to that as well, if somebody has a question as to what I'm talking about as far as job creation.
Well, I asked that question before about job creation. It was, I don't know what the number is, but I don't think it's 12,500. What servicing would you front end should the conversion be supported by council?
Well, what we were going to do is our internal roads for the prestige, and of course we'll have to do servicing as well for the residential portion.
So, okay, further, there's a natural heritage buffer between the residential area to the east of you,
right,
at Cockers Creek. What buffer do you plan to the south and the west of your proposed area to separate the residential from the industrial to the west?
Have you, Mayor Drew, have you seen the latest drawing that Mr. Given has done for me on it?
Well, we've got one in our agenda, but it is so small that it's difficult to see. So I don't see any buffers there.
Oh no, there's considerable park buffers and trail systems, and there's a buffer all the way down, quite large, right along the res to the prestige component. You also have the woodlot as well. We put a nice park in the middle of the new development, as well as there's buffers and trail system as well along the area over to Mr. Brandt's area. So I'm sorry, I thought we'd gotten that through to over to everybody, because it's
no, not really. I'm concerned about sight lines. People in their houses don't want to see industrial.
No,
prestige is one thing, but regular employment lands, not prestige, is not something that people want to see from their second story or from their living room.
Well, and that's the point that I've always had about, forever, that they were wanting to use the little creek as a buffer. But because the land is so high on our lands, it's about 50 feet or more higher, even probably greater than that by the time you get into the Sheraton Drive. Anyways, if you put any industrial along that, up in that hill at all, it's going to be really sticking out, because you have to make the land so flat, you have to grade it all down, you have to put in all the retaining walls in order to accommodate any kind of large buildings whatsoever. And that was our other focus, was by doing residential and stepping them all into the hills and the roadways and all that, you really you get rid of that mass. Whereas if not, you're going to have everybody looking up at a great big bunch of buildings, and this was another one of our thoughts, that it is far superior for employment, just because for residential. I have a friend who owns a large employment land down on Sunray in Whitby, and a very prestige building, but because of the grading, the properties all to the next road, all behind all their lands on Sunray, the water floods down, and they're always having trouble. So it doesn't suit the land as far as the topography goes for employment.
Okay.
buildings.
So what you're saying is anybody that would be living in these residential, in your proposed development, they would not be able to see any industrial buildings. Is that what you're saying because of the buffers?
They're going to see, it'll be prestige kind of stuff, but it's there's buffers. We've got big hiking trail type buffers. Yes, I'm really sorry you don't have a good big copy of our new drawing, because I think it's pretty neat, and there's such a huge mix of different types of housing needs that would do the town proud, because we looked at the Durham envision of the housing situation and the needs, and Mr. Given's company, I think, have really done a good job of addressing a lot of needs for the town. And like I said, I would gladly, if somebody wants to ask, or if I can go on, I would talk more to the need of how we are proposing to put in retirement home in
That's my next question.
Okay, great.
My next question, you speak of, and again, the writing is so small, I'm not sure what exactly is there, but I see some big buildings there, and I think that you mentioned that there's a long-term care home there. Is that correct?
Those are more high density, but we're proposing to put in to the prestige or into that section long-term care homes, and the reason being is, one, I know the needs. I know a lot of people and what they're going through to do stuff with their aged parents. But
Yes,
also,
yeah. But I see, I was correct. You did have a long-term care home there. Sorry to interrupt, but so is this a privately run one, or do you have to have provincial approvals for that? And do you know if you what your likelihood of getting that provincial approval is?
What we're planning to do is we're planning to go to Durham Region, because what the new way of it all is going to be, from what we're getting, is from having individual regions run them home, just because of all the stuff that has gone on, and that's where we're at right now.
Okay, so you're going to go to the region. Region has 4 now, and you're going to go to the region to ask for them to develop one in that area owned by the region.
Yeah, and if not, we've got different private people that are available that want to do it. I just know from what I'm hearing that the region-run ones are going to be probably the new norm because of all the issues with the COVID. And today I spent more time with 2 Peterborough run ones, and I had quite an enlightening conversation again with the people.
Yes, you sent us an email on that. That was very interesting. And
the job creation is going to be phenomenal. 1.5 employees per person. That's going to really give a lot of them full-time employment jobs to those areas.
Yes, I'm not sure. I couldn't comment on whether the region is in a position to be building another long-term care home, but certainly, it is needed. There's no question about that. So I think that's my last question. My last question is, what guarantees do we have that you would develop the site with the extra amenities like long-term care home and so on and so forth? What guarantees do we have that that is going to be actually what the final product is going to look like, the final design site plan?
Well, this is the whole thing, is we need the support from town, right? From town to go forward with the region. And then we're planning to sit down and get with the town and with the region and work through this. And you have my guarantee that this is what we're going for, because I've seen a lot of stuff not done right, and I just hear the nonsense. And like today, they have 1,000-person waiting list to get into Fairhaven in Peterborough, and this is just crazy. And the thing is, it's just such a good job creator, and I have no problem saying this is what we're planning, and if the town will support me going forward with this, I'm going to do what I said to Simon Gill and all those people, and we will work with you, and we will allow the servicing to go through our lands. We will service the prestige, and we will work around to a plan that works for everybody. And I think I've been asking all the councillors, whoever I can, or you, Madam Mayor, of ideas to come forward for our plan. So we're not trying to say, here's our plan, approve the darn thing. I'm trying to say, here, let's all sit down and work up with something, because like I said before, the trail systems don't link into anything. And I said, we want that kind of stuff. So, I would like to see something done and with our name on it so that people could be proud of it down the road. And I did subdivision in the town of Stoughton, and we get that comment all the time, and if something sells, one of the most desirable places done by Mr. Womp. So we have a lot of pride with our name too. Oh, did I hit that? I'm sorry, did I mute my mic?
No, it was me. I muted mine because I got some feedback. Councillor McDougall, thank you very much for answering my questions. Councillor McDougall. Councillor
Hi,
McDougall.
yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, when you asked if anyone else had any questions, I had my agenda open, didn't have the Microsoft Teams open. Thank you for entertaining my question. Mr. Wanup, I have a question just for clarity I wanted to ask you. You mentioned that when you purchased your lands from Mr. Vout, that the lands were already zoned industrial. Is that right?
They were in the urban area.
Yes, but what were they zoned?
To be quite honest, I don't really remember because it's been so long. I just know they were in the town urban area was the description when we purchased them.
Mm-hmm. Further, Councillor McDougall?
Yes. So at the crux of this, just in talking with real estate and looking at industrial versus residential lands, there's a significant value difference currently. I don't believe that probably would have existed when you first purchased the lands if they were industrial or became industrial soon after, but it is now. And I mean, if the lands convert from industrial at about 150,000 an acre, let's say, to 200,000 an acre, to residential, which is 500,000 to $1 million an acre, let's say, it's a significant difference. If the concern exists that it could jeopardize the pumping station to the west, which would service the remaining portions of the industrial lands, in 2014, sorry, just a little bit of history. In 2014, the region did a plan showing what easterly portions could drain to the existing Fife Shire connection, and there was a portion of your lands that would drain and a portion of the lands from the farm to the south that would all drain into that existing connection.
That's correct. That's correct.
So my question, I guess, is if we commit to looking at changing the zoning from industrial to residential, would you be, amicable to forming some form of contribution towards that pumping station such that it would definitely not be jeopardized, and that it would maybe, hopefully, grease the wheels down at the region to get that pumping station on the go? Just because I think that, there is a major concern that should that pumping station slip, we would be back on this train of no serviced industrial land, such as yours right now, that it would just have no value to anybody, hardly, who wants to do anything with higher densities or anything bigger than 6,500 square foot type buildings.
Okay. Ian, I would have no issue if it's something that, I would get back on the other development return. And I had I heard about this query, a concern about it today, because I had brought this up with Simon before, because, I wanted the other 75 acres with sewers and water. And I reached out to Simon again today just to try to put this at rest. in case it came up tonight. And could I quickly read you a text back from Simon? This is Simon Gill. He's the one that's in charge of the economic development, and he's the one that spearheaded the WHO committee report and all that.
Go ahead.
It says, hi, Rick, sorry on a call. Anyways, council approved proceeding with the EA environmental approval for the pumping station on Reach Street. And this pumping station would have the potential to benefit the entire employment park north of 6th line. Works will be proceeding with working on this EA. Anything to do with the individual land conversion requests will be handled through the planning group's municipal comprehensive review, EC. Economic development doesn't have environmental involvement in that. It is possible that conversions in this area could affect timing of future servicing works, but beyond the pumping station. So the point is, this will not affect the pumping station going forward. But yes, I will contribute to getting the pumping station in there, and expect to get it back in DC credits or something. Does that help answer that, Ian?
Yes, no, I'm looking to just make sure that I really don't want to jeopardize that land. I mean, for the foreseeable future. I know the region has a different schedule, but at one point in time, that pumping station wasn't being looked at until 2035. I'm just concerned that if things slip COVID-wise, or we slide into a recession or something, that pumping station will get bumped again. And we just seem to have a habit of hopping onto the back burner in terms of the region. The water tower was supposed to have been designed in 2017, started construction in 2019. It should almost be online now. That's nowhere in sight. I don't even believe the design has been done as of yet. So just in terms of the region, I have concerns that we will slip onto the back burner. So I'm saying, if we make this decision, I want to know that you are going to be a partner there to ensure that that pumping station gets moved ahead. This is a significant economic boost to those lands that you own. I want to make sure that the municipality will benefit as well.
Mr. Wanup, I wonder if you would mind reading a portion of that again, because I'm not sure I'm taking from it the same as you are. When Simon Gill said the conversion I'm sure he said the conversion may affect the building of the pumping station, something like that?
No, it will not. And
where does it say? Can you quote that, please?
Sure.
What he said?
Okay. It's okay. Council approved proceeding with the environmental approval for the pumping station on Reach Street, and this pumping station would have the potential to benefit the entire employment park north of line 6. Works will be proceeding with starting work on this EA. Anything to do with individual land conversion requests will be handled through the planning group's municipal comprehensive review. The development does not have involvement in that. It is possible that conversions in this area could effectively affect timing of future servicing works beyond the pumping station.
Yes, that's what I thought I read. So he's saying that if there's a conversion, it could affect the timing of future work. So I know that the EA will take 2 years. So that's 21 and 22, and then they are looking to building the pumping station, which will take probably 2 years, 23 and 24. So I think my concern, and I think this is what Councillor McDougall is saying as well, that if there's a conversion, and that was the tone of one of my questions, will they go ahead when there's going to only be about 30 hectares left of our employment land? That's a concern, and I think that's where you were going to, Councillor McDougall.
Our conversion was in that report to the committee of the whole, and they had taken that into their report as well.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but
well,
anyway,
it's on on your report on page 41.
Okay, thank you. Oh,
It is-
Councillor Guido. Sorry, did I cut you off? Did you have something else to say, Mr. Wanup?
No, it's okay. Go ahead, and I'll
Okay.
just try to keep answering anything anybody's got for me.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor Guido?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And after I hit hand up, it's probably a more appropriate question for staff, but I will ask it and you can divert me if need be to wait for staff. But I think the answer to that question is the $1 million answer, right? And in order for me to make a sound decision, I would need to understand exactly the region's position on that pumping station. We've heard, well, I've heard for the past 6 years from landowners there that they're handcuffed and it's difficult to expand because of the requirements that are needed without non-service land. Making a decision such as this without having a defined answer from the region is very, very difficult because I would not want to impede existing landowners if the region was going to make a significant stance on this.
Good point, Councillor Guido. Mr. Wanup, did you want to make a comment on that?
Sure. Yeah, that was the reason behind all this, was where we drew the lines, was that we said to them, this is what we would give them. And at the time, they were going to come back to us, Councillor, and provide us with fully serviced land. Shovel ready was the term, and they were going to expedite it. And so that was how and why we sat down with them and said we would commit to the 75-acre parcel, sorry. And that's how it went. And so then when it went back to the committee, the whole committee, they had pulled the actual shovel ready, getting the lines put in, but kept the pumping station included in there and put the EA in there for Port Perry, which was great. 2 years prior, during the water tower meetings and commitments to them of allowing it on our lands and doing the drawings for them for access, I queried that and they said, well, are you then requesting us to present into our budget for a pumping station? And I said, yes. And that's where that started. And that's why that money for the pumping station was put into the budget.
Oh.
So, and nobody knew about it, which I was shocked. And Councillor Wotan, she was in that meeting at the town with staff and Durham Region staff, and nobody knew about it until I said, yes, it's there. So you know, so we that's why we tried to get going on this. And when they took that component away, I said, okay, well, you know, we'll carry on, we'll do our best. And Simon says, this is just to get it jump started, because the EA, that handles all the sewers, the force mains, all that, that's all included that. So once that EA is passed for the pumping station, there's nothing holding it up from running the pipes, and they don't have to do another EA. So it was significant that got passed. But I watched that whole meeting and listened to it all. And there was, I think, 27 members there voting. And the mayor and Councillor Wotan put forward an amendment to it and basically said, we also would like our servicing pipes, force mains, etc., included into this. And a lot of the discussion during or prior to their amendment was very split voting back and forth between the different councillors as to putting it forward. But when they put that through for Port Perry, who has been sitting without any servicing forever, they put that through, and it was either 25 or 27 to, I think, 2 voted in favor of Port Perry's amendment. So the rest of the Durham Council is willing to get sewers and water going for Port Perry. I was very shocked at how well it was received. So this is, and like I said, and that's why I phoned up Simon Gill on this when we were changing the lines a bit in order to get our development to show the woodlot as access for residents. So Believe me, and that was proven again today from Simon coming back and say, absolutely not, Rick. And this is exactly what I told you. No, it will not affect the EA on the pumping station. That
No,
pumping station.
it won't affect the EA. That's already determined.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Guido, I think that'd be advisable to ask that of staff as well.
Yes, I
for their
certainly will.
take on
Thank
it.
you, Madam Mayor.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I see no other questions, so I'll be looking for a motion, please, to receive the delegation for information. Thank you, Councillor Watton, Councillor McDougall. Questions or comments on the receiving motion? Seeing none, or Councillor Watton, did you have or is your hand still up? Hands, okay. Madam Recording Secretary, would you call the question, please?
Open voting, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, it's Councillor Guido. I vote in favor. Thank you.
And that is passed unanimously. So thank you very much, Mr. Wanup and Mr. Given, for your presentations tonight and answering our many questions. Very much appreciated. And we'll now move to page 17, the report on this, and it's 11.2. And we'll put up, well, first of all, I'd like to ask Ms. Prentice, if you would like to address your report.
Yes, I would, Madam Mayor, and I did have a few slides that I can run through just to provide a bit of an overview of the staff report.
Great, thank you.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. The Region of Durham is undertaking their municipal comprehensive review of their regional official plan as part of the Envision Durham process, which is intended to result in a new regional official plan by 2022. The purpose of this process is to update the region's OP to conform with provincial policy documents, such as the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the Greenbelt plan, and the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan. The growth plan identifies growth forecasts that the region needs to plan for, and the region will allocate that growth to the lower tier municipalities, as was discussed by Mr. Gibbon. That growth management work has yet to be done as part of this process. However, the region, as part of their process, is evaluating the conversion of employment areas, and they need to determine where and how much employment lands may be redesignated to living area in order to permit non-resident or non-employment uses, such as residential uses. The region is required to designate sufficient lands to accommodate the growth plan's forecast for employment and population growth. In the summer of last year, so between June and September, the region opened a 90-day submission window for interested parties to submit an employment area conversion request for the region's consideration as part of their MCR. The region received 42 employment area conversion requests covering approximately 600 acres across the region. The purpose of my report on the agenda tonight was to provide information on the one conversion request received within the Township of Scugog from Malone Given Parsons on behalf of the lands on Reed Street. These lands subject to the conversion request are located at 1520, 1540, and 1580 Reed Street, located on the south side of Reed Street in the northwest area of Port Perry between Northport Road and Sherrington Drive. These lands are currently used for agricultural and rural residential uses, and they're surrounded by industrial, agricultural, rural residential, and environmental lands. As well, they're in close proximity to the Regional Waste Management Facility on Reed Street, and we do acknowledge the Cockers Creek residential area on the other side of Cockers Creek. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the regional structure as outlined in the regional OP. At the regional level, these lands, as outlined in the red circle, are designated employment area as part of the township's largest employment area and identified as areas developable on private servicing. Regional OP policies only permit the consideration of an employment area conversion as part of an MCR pursuant to the provisions of the growth plan. The conversion request before you is asking for a portion of the lands to be converted from employment area to living area at the regional level in order to permit residential and commercial uses that are not currently permitted in the employment area designation. It is my understanding that some questions have been raised as to the impact of the Highway 407 extension in the south end of Durham region. You can see on the map that 407 goes along the kind of northern part of the southern region. And even though the Highway 407 recently opened up, planning documents have planned for and anticipated this infrastructure for a number of years. It's important to note that the majority of the lands along the Highway 407 extension are actually located in the greenbelt and cannot be developed for employment purposes. Lands along Highway 407 outside of the greenbelt in Whitby and Oshawa were already designated for employment uses. And as kind of discussed earlier, staff acknowledged that the extension of the Highway 407 through these areas makes these lands more valuable and drives up the land costs in these areas. Therefore, there is a benefit of lower land costs in Port Perry to some employment users. Next slide, please. At the local level, these lands are located within the Port Perry urban area and designated general industrial, prestige industrial, and open space in the township's official plan with corresponding zoning in the zoning bylaw. The OP encourages a range of employment uses in this area, including but not limited to manufacturing, office uses, research and development facilities, trucking operations, and so on. The OP also permits limited service-related uses and ancillary retail uses that serve the employment area. The township needs to ensure there is a sufficient supply of employment area lands to continue to be competitive and an attractive location for all employment sectors. The township's official plan also requires that a minimum of 50% of all forecasted employment within the township be accommodated within the employment area. I would also note on this slide and in the official plan, there are several designations such as the main central area, corridor commercial, community commercial, gateway regeneration area, and neighborhood commercial areas that provide opportunities for mixed use and commercial developments. Next slide, please. In addition to the land use designations, the official plan identifies a road network, including proposed local roads. There are 2 proposed local road connections to Reach Street in this area that would link the employment area to Reach Street, which is a regional arterial road, which would bring them out to Highway 12, which is a provincial highway. Next slide, please. A land use concept plan, as shown on the screen and included as attachment 1 to the report, was submitted as part of the conversion request to the region. I believe the applicant and the consultant referred to a different concept, but this was the one that was submitted with the conversion request to the region. And that's why it was included with the staff report. The plan proposes a range of residential development along with a mix of commercial areas. The concept plan also proposes to maintain a portion of the employment area lands on the western side. Employment area conversions can have substantial and long-term impacts on a municipality, which may include the encroachment of sensitive land uses into an otherwise stable employment area. This may result in employment uses adversely affecting sensitive land uses, a reduction in the viability of future employment uses in this area, and lead to additional conversions within the employment area. And once converted, it is unlikely the lands will ever return to an employment area use, which is why when we receive requests for employment area conversions, they must be carefully evaluated. Township planning staff have reviewed the conversion request in the context of provincial, regional, and local planning policies. Provincial policy documents require conversion requests to demonstrate that the conversion is required and that the lands are not needed for employment land purposes over the long term. The request received, in staff's opinion, has not demonstrated that the conversion is required from a municipal perspective, and there's no justification at this point in time that the lands are not needed for employment land purposes over the long term. Support for the conversion request would be premature at this point in time, given that the region has not completed their land needs analysis to determine how much employment designated lands will be required within the township, and also given that the employment area has not been serviced yet and hasn't been given an opportunity to develop to its full potential. There has been much discussion about the region's announcement that it will be moving forward with completing the EA for this pumping station and force main on Reach Street. And this is a key step in moving towards getting the employment area serviced. I would note that in the report, on the regional agenda, it did list in some of the other information that it wants assurances from some of the main landowners in this area that they're going to be willing to sell to the employment area or employment area users, because this may, so therefore, I think what we're all trying to get at is it might not impact the EA that's going to be undertaken, but it could impact the construction of the pumping station in this area, should the conversion be considered. Now that the township has started to see more residential growth recently, it is not uncommon for interest in the employment lands to follow. It is also not uncommon for employment areas to develop in earnest once they're fully serviced. It's important to note there are two main types of employment classes within an urban area. Employment area employment, such as industrial, manufacturing, office, as well as population-related employment, such as retail, services, schools, and long-term care facilities. From a planning perspective, it's important that the township plans for and considers both types of employment. The landowner's plan would see the conversion of employment area jobs into predominantly population-related jobs. There are already underutilized lands designated for mixed use and commercial purposes within Port Perry that would be able to provide population-related job opportunities. The majority of the inquiries into potential employment sites are excuse me. Sorry, the majority of inquiries that we typically get are more so related to general employment type uses, such as food processing and distributing companies, industrial plants, manufacturing companies, and warehouses. These uses are better suited within an employment area. Approval of an employment area conversion could contribute to the destabilization of the adjacent employment lands by introducing non-compatible uses and creating expectations that the surrounding area may be converted as part of a future MCR. The Port Perry employment area tends to be more industrial in nature, which are uses that are typically incompatible with residential uses. Conversion of these lands for residential uses may destabilize the surrounding employment area, which is the largest employment area in the township, and would result in a large decrease in general employment lands. You heard Mr. Wanup speak to how he would want to only maintain the prestige industrial lands and that he would hate to see any general industrial lands abutting his properties because of the residential uses. The lands subject to the conversion are disconnected from the existing residential area and community services on the east side of Cockers Creek. There is no real definitive boundary proposed as part of the conversion request that would provide an appropriate interface between residential and employment lands in order to maintain land use compatibility in this area. In staff's opinion, the Cockers Creek tributary provides a more appropriate boundary and transition between residential and employment lands. Mr. Wanup spoke to parkland and trails providing a buffer between the employment lands, which seems to account for the west side of this site. But what about the adjacent employment lands that would still continue to be to the south side of this site? It is important to note, as has been discussed tonight, that the landowners' plans continue to change and evolve. So it's hard for us to get that assurances or certainty as to the proposed plans for these lands. From a staff perspective, we can continue to work with the landowners with respect to encouraging a range of employment uses on the property within the employment area designations, but we do not support the conversion or the concept as proposed with residential permissions and the reduction of employment area uses. It's hard to say at this point in time if this pandemic, what, if any, impact this pandemic will have on employment trends, and so it's premature to base any decisions on this at this point in time. As outlined in the report is planning staff's opinion that the township should protect these lands for employment uses and work to attract businesses here. I think the township should continue to work with the region to get the AAA up and going and complete to service these employment lands and to put together an economic development strategy to help market these lands for employment uses. Maintaining employment lands within Port Perry will assist the township in building complete communities and diversifying the tax base, which will support the township's economic sustainability. It is my understanding that the township's current assessment ratio is 85 to 15, which is 85% residential and 15% non-residential. This needs to be improved with additional employment development in order to help provide relief for the residential taxpayer in this area. Next slide, please. With respect to next steps in the process moving forward, the region requested comments back to the municipality by the end of 2020 on the conversion requests themselves. Based on any input they receive, the region will be undertaking their own review of their conversion requests as part of the growth management work and land needs analysis in 2021. Based on all that growth management work, which will look at residential and employment land forecasts for each municipality, a new draft regional OP would be drafted, and which is anticipated in 2021 and 2022. They will consult on that draft and new policy directions. And then once Regional Council adopts the new regional official plan, it's forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for final approval at the provincial level. And this is required to be done at this point in time by mid-2022, based on provincial conformity deadlines. I did just want to clarify the one part based on the discussion earlier in terms of the 12,500 jobs. I think that was an error in the staff report. It was a mistype, it was a typo, and it was meant to be 1,500 jobs. So I think that was, I just wanted to clarify a bit of that confusion around that number. We're happy to try and address any other questions council may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Prentice. Excellent presentation. Madam Recording Secretary, could you put up the recommendations that are on page 17 of the agenda package? And I'll be looking for someone to make that motion, please. Councillor Watton, seconder.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'll put that on the table, but I do have an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I guess we better ask for your...
And I did have some questions to Ms. Prentice. So I
Okay.
don't know what order you want to do that in.
We want to get the motions on the table, and then we can take questions and comments. Okay?
Okay.
So,
I can second it if you like, Madam Mayor.
okay, Councillor Kieserbrink, Councillor Guido, are you going to do the same? Second the motion?
Yes, I was, Madam Mayor, but Councillor Kieserbrink can, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. The motion is on the table. Councillor Watton, you have a question.
I had an amendment to that.
Okay. I thought you said you had a question as well.
Well, I do, but I don't know which comes first.
Okay, why don't you ask your question and then make your amendment?
So my questions are to Robin to the report, though.
That's fine. Yep.
Okay, all right. Okay, I just want to make sure that I get to put my amendment on the table. So to you, Robin, I believe in your report you mentioned that we have over 300 hectares of employment lands with 277 hectares that are net developable. So, and what we are talking about for a conversion, I believe if I read correctly, is 31 to 40 hectares. Is that correct? So that would leave 230 or 240 hectares of employment net and developable land in our employment lands. Is that correct?
Ms.
Through you,
Prentice?
Madam Mayor. Yes, those are approximately the numbers in the report. So a 31 to 43 hectare conversion would result in an approximate 11 to 15% reduction in employment area land.
Okay, so now if I understand correctly through this, all these lands include all 277 of them, we would require willing owners to allow for the employment to occur. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, the landowners would have to be willing to sell to employment users?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. And So we heard earlier, I believe from, I think Councillor McDougall mentioned the value of the land being much higher as residential. So to your point, I do think possibly that you know, for owners, it makes sense to try and hold out for conversions and or until the land value would increase substantially through the work of servicing. For clarity for myself, and based on the list that I received from Stacy Jibb, of the 151 lost investment opportunities within the region of Durham, 130 of them required full servicing. What does full servicing actually mean on an employment land? I'm sure it's far more than the pumping station that we are looking for the environmental assessment to. What does full servicing mean?
So just with respect through you, Madam Mayor, full servicing from an employment user perspective is just municipal water and municipal sewer. I think the larger question is what infrastructure requirements are needed in order to provide those services to this area. If I'm
no, I wanted to know what it meant for on the lands, and who traditionally would have to do that. Like if we have the pumping station and the force main and that put in, who is ultimately responsible for the completion of the full servicing?
So if the pumping station and the force main and everything is in place, it just depends on whether the internal road networks and the local pipes are available off of those. So where you have a larger landowner, the landowner could choose to come through and do an employment subdivision, create different lots, and they would create the internal road network and put those internal services through. There is also okay.
No. Okay. And go ahead.
I was just going to say there are, this is a constant, and I think Don Given kind of referred to this. This is a servicing of employment lands, and whether you choose to pre-service them or not is always a decision and a struggle at a local municipal level. I think it's a good step forward that the region is doing the EA to start that process, and that is a key step in moving the servicing forward. So while the landowners could choose to front end and put in some of that infrastructure, the region or the municipality could also look to do that. So there are different options to servicing employment lands.
And okay, no, that's fine for that. I have one other question. These lands have basically remained stagnant for the 20 years of the Scugog official plan, correct? And yes, correct?
I would agree for the most part. There have been some employment users that have moved into the area in the last 20 years. I would think Adamson would be one of the larger ones.
Okay. With the looking at the vision of what the official plan was for the employment lands 20 years ago, with the attraction of the warehousing, manufacturing, logistics, and distribution centers, etc. Do you think that that is the best way to get employment numbers up or job creation up?
I think through you, Madam Mayor, from a planning perspective, we look at it as a more comprehensive level. So I can't speak to the vision from 20 years ago, but I can see how when the Port Perry plan was kind of put together, they identified residential areas, they identified those commercial areas, and they identified that employment areas. So that's our way of trying to plan for a complete community where people can live, work, and play. Those are important from a planning and economic sustainability perspective, also from the municipality in terms of offsetting your residential development and your tax assessment with non-residential tax assessment. So from that perspective, the employment area lands still play a role in the overall plan for Port Perry, yes.
Okay, so and further to that, Madam Mayor, if I may, in May, Durham Region received a report of the demographics and socioeconomic data for the region. And are you aware that the report indicated that processing, manufacturing, and utilities employment represents only 4.2% of the region population, where business, finance, admin equaled 16.4, and sales and service topped it off at 23%? And that also further to that, that the income and education profiles, again, business management and public engagement was at 22%, architectural engineering technologies at 20.4, and health and related fields at 14.4. The reason for my comments to that is that should we support this conversion, it would go to the region, but I think that these stats indicate we have a very long way to go to increase the employment goals of the previous a previous official plan. And I believe that it gives us some insight into the potential to create a purpose-built communities. And I just wondered if you could comment on that with your planning hat.
In terms of planning for a variety of employment uses, that is something, that's why I did mention we do try and plan for employment type uses as well as population related employment uses. So we do take a look at where and how those uses fit into the community and how we can work to improve and provide opportunities for both of them. So I do agree, and we do tend as planners to take a look and review our plans as we move forward, which is why we have these regular reviews and regular MCRs so that we can take a look in terms of different trends in employment and things like that. So I'm not saying that I appreciate we're not getting like a car plant or anything here. I am a bit realistic. But I do think there are opportunities such as we have a large agricultural sector in Scugog. So let's focus on that and how we can tie our employment lands to uses that support that agricultural area and that build on that. So those types of uses could go in our employment area, and they kind of tie into some of our other existing areas nicely.
So what you're suggesting is that a food processing company would come and perhaps approach a Mr. Wanup and ask to buy some of his land and then complete the servicing to open up a business. Is that kind of in a nutshell?
That is a potential, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, Madam Mayor, I have just a couple of other things, and one is that on consultation with the clerk and failure to get the letter in from Mr. Puckrin, I would like to bring that forward to be added to this, to be added as part of the comments with in relationship to this report. I can read it, but I know that all of council has received it. So, and essentially, Mr. Puckrin, you know, has just said that, you know, we do face all the large challenges, similar to what Mr. Givens said, in attracting investment to our employment lands. Basically because of the 407, the 400 highways, the potential airport, and so on and so forth. And that he believes that the amount of planned lands in Scugog will take an extremely long time to develop into meaningful jobs and assessed growth. and that in his mind that the lands for conversion are what an industry would refer to as keys to development, allowing for lands upstream to be serviced. So if I could have, I guess I'll just add that to my motion if I could, Madam Mayor, to my amendment.
Okay, do you want to go ahead with your amendment?
I think I will, yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So further, just that the report be received for information and that the letter from Mr. Puckrin also be received for information and be included in the comments to be forwarded to the region of Durham. And that any additional comments from this meeting also be forwarded to the region by December 31st, 2020. And that the request for conversion of a portion of Mr. Wanup's land be supported by this committee. That's my motion.
Okay. Do you have a printed copy of that, or had you provided that prior to tonight's meeting so that we could get that up?
No.
Right? No. Okay.
No,
Okay.
I just mentioned that I was going to make it, and I never really thought that the only part, and I can repeat it for the clerk or for the recording secretary if they would like it to be changed. Somebody can advise me.
Mr. Clerk, your wishes on this?
Madam Mayor, yeah, you need to consult with the recording secretary today to ensure that she captured all of that. I know I didn't.
Would you like to read it again, please, Councillor Watton?
Certainly. The first, number 1 on the motion that appears before us on the screen will remain. And then item 2 would be that the letter from Mr. Puckrin be received for information and be included in the comments to be forwarded to the region of Durham. And item 3 would be any additional comments, which is already there, which is on the screen. And item 4 would be, and that the request for conversion of a portion of Mr. Wanup's lands be supported by this committee.
Okay, so how about going back to number 2, that you just changed, that the employment conversion request to allow non-employment land uses at 1520, 1540, and 1580 Reach Street be supported. That would make it much easier. Is that?
It certainly would.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Recording Secretary, do you have that? You're muted. Sandra, you're muted.
I'm not certain that I.
Okay, read what you've got and see if we can fix it up. If you have
3 or 4 bullet points?
Well, you know, the only bullet point 1 is the same. Bullet point 2 is the only word that needs to be removed is not. And we can leave it at 3 bullet points and just put that report Dev 2020 041 and the letter from Mr. Puckrin, along with any additional comments arising, be forwarded to the region of Durham.
How's that, Sandra?
Just typing, one moment.
Yeah, okay. And do we have a seconder? Or do you want to see it up on the screen first? Let's have it up on the screen first.
Madam Mayor, it's Councillor Kieserbrink. Can I just ask a question about point 2? Just with
yes.
the technology, I just want to make sure I understand. So are we saying or maybe I should direct this to Councillor Watton. Councillor Watton, are you saying that in point 2 that we are saying that the employment conversion request be supported or not be supported? Because currently on our screens it says not be supported. So I just want to make sure I understand what we're voting on.
I'm asking that it be supported.
The staff recommendation and what's up on the screen is that the conversion not be supported. Councillor Watton is amending the motion to read that we support the conversion. Okay, understand, there it is up now, Councillor Kiesebrink. Or can you see it? You're on the phone, aren't you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It just popped up now, so I'm just reading.
Okay, I'll let everybody read it for a minute and then I'll ask for a seconder if there's a seconder.
I just note that Sandra, you've put that the letter from B. Puckrin be received and included in the comments to be forwarded, but you also have that in item number 4, in bullet 4, from what I see. Madam Mayor, if I may speak to the amendment as well, please.
Yeah, wait till it, we'll wait till it gets up. And
oh,
then
yeah.
Yeah.
The vote is up, Madam Mayor.
Okay, well, yeah, we need a seconder, the employment conversion. Okay, so I think that's what you want, Councillor Watton. Is that right?
I think that's close enough, yes.
Okay, great. Now, do I have a seconder?
My apologies, Madam Mayor. It's the Director Newman. I believe that the third bullet point is now being removed, and I believe Councillor Watton did want that in originally. Which is that that the report and any additional comments from the Planning Community Affairs Committee meeting be forwarded to the Region of Durham. So if I may read it, and just to try to bring a close to this in terms of what's the motion is, that the report DV 2020-41 Envision Durham Employment Area Conversion Request be received, that the employment conversion request to allow non-employment land uses at 1520, 1540, and 1580 Reach Street be supported, and that report DEV 2020-41 and the letter from Mr. Puckrin, along with any additional comments arising from the Planning and Community Affairs Committee meeting, be forwarded to the Region of Durham. And I'm hoping Ms. Fry caught that, but if that could go up on screen, I believe that's what Councillor Watton had said at one point. And if obviously if she still agrees, then I think that was the one that made most sense.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a further question?
Well, just make sure that we've got the motion the way Councillor Watton wants it, and then you can ask a question. That's Councillor Kiesebrink, right?
Correct. It's regarding the motion, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Okay. Well, just wait. Is that Councillor Watton? Is that
Ms.
the wording?
Fry, you're still missing the piece about any comments from the meeting today be included in resolution number 3.
Madam Mayor, Rick Wanup, I just wondered, is there any chance I could just say one comment about a question?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wanup. You've had, well,
yeah,
you had an hour and a half. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify something for
no,
that's the councilors.
Mr. Clerk, is that, and Councillor Watton, is that the wording that you want?
I believe there's some slight changes being made still, Madam Mayor.
Okay. How about we have a 5-minute break, 10-minute break? It's 9 o'clock and we've been going at this for 2.5 hours. So how about we just have a break and we'll get that sorted out. How's that?
Sounds good.
Okay, so it's 9:01. We'll come back at 9:10. Clerk, would you like to call the roll call? Please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, absolutely. Councillor Watton, you present?
I am.
Thank you. Councillor McDougall?
I'm here, JP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Guido?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Councillor Ross?
Present. Thank you.
Councillor Kiesebrink?
Present.
Thank you. And Councillor Brown?
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum. We can continue.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Watton, is that the wording that you want?
Letter from Pucker. No. Yes, I think that's fine, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ross, you're seconding the motion? You're seconding the amendment?
Yes, I'll be seconding the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kiesebrink, you had a question to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was wondering if Councillor Watton would consider a friendly amendment to her amendment in point 2, where it says that the employment conversion request add this portion as presented by Mr. Given, because the diagram presented by Mr. Given is very different than the conversion request report presented by our staff. To the mayor's comments with respect to buffers, the drawings presented there and the amount of land presented is just very different. So I'm wondering if you would consider adding that statement.
I'll have to ask Ms. Prentice, our Director Heritage, because I don't think that was the drawing that was submitted. So Ms. Prentice, can you comment on that, or Director Heritage?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will start, and if Mr. Heritage has anything to add, he can. We included the concept plan and reviewed it and commented on that plan that was submitted to the region through their formal submission process. I believe council can include whatever concept they want to refer to, but it's tricky to, the region, just to be clear, the region is not approving that plan. The region would only be converting the lands from employment to living area. And then once that's approved at the regional level, the township would have to do our official plan, and we would have to update the land uses in that area to conform to the region's official plan. So it's just a matter of where council, I guess, how much land council wants to support as part of the conversion.
The new version, is that more acreage than, or hectares than the one that we have in our report? Because that's the one I've got in front of me. So I don't know what I'm voting on if there's another plan.
So
Director Heritage? Yeah, go ahead.
If I might, to the clerk, I did attach the more recent submission from the landowner to the end of my presentation, should it need to be pulled up for council to look at. So if you might, I could ask the clerk to pull that up if you'd like.
Okay. Ms. Farrar, can you just take down the motion for a minute, please? Thank you.
Is that what you're referring to, Ms. Prentice?
Yes, I believe that should be consistent with what Mr. Given was referring to.
Okay, so is it in order, Director Heritage or Mr. Clerk, to make that friendly amendment to use this drawing rather than the one that's actually in the report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. You could pass a friendly amendment to deal with this drawing.
Okay.
And then we would attach that to the package that would go back to the region.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I can certainly allow that friendly amendment, and I'll ask Councillor Watton if she and the seconder are in favor of a friendly amendment for that. Councillor Watton?
Yes, I would be.
Okay, and Councillor Ross?
Yes, they would be. I think it's important to have as much information as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then that is allowed. Anything further, Councillor Kiesebrink?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Further to Councillor Guido's expressed concerns that that this decision not create an impediment for other employment lands owners and their possible servicing. I wonder if it might be possible to put a 0.4 or however Councillor Watton deems appropriate, but just a statement to express that that this is in an effort to facilitate the servicing of our employment lands, and that we don't. I'm not sure the right wording, but I just feel that Councillor Guido's concerns should somehow be expressed in this summation as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Guido now, because you wanted to ask that question, and we'll have to address it to the amendment.
Amendment, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
please go
Madam
ahead.
Mayor. And if I could make a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment of the amendment, it would be that there is another a line in there indicating that the approval is subject region's confirmation that this will have no adverse effect to the pumping station.
Perfect.
Okay, so that settles that. Now I have to ask if that's appropriate, or does it change the whole concept of the motion? Ms. Prentice or Mr. Heritage, Director Heritage? Because we just don't know.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the question is regarding the additional wording for the region confirmation on the pumping station.
Correct, Ms. Prentice. And I don't know if it's appropriate to start asking questions to the report before we vote on this, because it may be addressed that way, but I certainly couldn't support the motion as it was before, because I think it's important that we somehow tie in a response from the region regarding the pumping station. And I don't know.
I would.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Ms. Prentice,
Through
go
you,
ahead.
Madam Mayor, I would just think you would want clarification on what you mean by the pumping station. Do you mean construction of the pumping station?
Absolutely, yes, because doing an EA is one thing, but I think the existing landowners and people who have employment land there want more assurance than just an EA. They want to have an understanding as to when construction would be and if it would be delayed if we support this.
If I may,
yep.
If I may interrupt, Madam Mayor, I do believe that that would be acceptable. I do believe that we heard earlier that Mr. Wanup would consider, that as part of the move forward as well. I don't find too much wrong with adding that as an amendment either.
A friendly amendment.
And if I may further, sorry, Madam Mayor, but my whole point is it's lovely that we hear people say things, but I truly want it documented from the region, their position. Yeah.
Okay. So Councillor Watton has accepted that as a friendly amendment. Councillor Ross, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Madam Mayor, before I do, I just have a question in regards to towards staff in regards to this jeopardizing the servicing of the employment lands.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's just to exactly what Councillor Guido just said, is that we've heard a lot of speculation tonight on a number of issues, but I think the crux comes down to This is something that I don't remember seeing in the report and wasn't stated in the conversation going up to, but was kind of a comment that came in a question, and that this conversion will jeopardize the servicing being delayed. Ms. Prentice, can you give some validity to that? Is that an actual thing, or is this something that we're just kind of going down a rabbit hole on?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can definitely follow up with the region to get some confirmation from them. From a staff perspective, the intention of the region moving forward with the EA for the pumping station at this point in time was focused solely on opening up employment lands for employment land purposes. From our perspective, the conversion would have this service non-employment lands as well. So we still have to have that discussion with them. And I do just go back to the report from the regional agenda that spoke to the pre-servicing and the EA and moving forward with the EA. And it has wording in there that speaks to the region wanting adequate assurance from the owners of parcels in these areas that they're willing sellers for the purposes of employment type development prior to expending any funds for construction of this infrastructure. That to me is a very clear statement. So while I do take it that we can confirm with the region, in our opinion, there are some uncertainties with respect to construction.
Okay, I'm glad it's clear to you, because it's not clear to me. And I guess the thing is, what's the threshold? If this is going to help some lands but not others, and I guess it doesn't really matter. It depends what the region says. So how do we get a definitive as to when the region's going to decide if this actually will affect the servicing of the employment lands?
That, through you, Madam Mayor, that was going to be my comment on the wording with respect to what type of confirmation council is going to be comfortable with respect to something in writing from the region. So I'm not sure what that looks like and how it comes back to council, because to me, this is just a stepping point for something to have to come back to council to make another decision on.
Ms. President, if I just might follow up on that before going into the actual wording. In discussions with the region when this was brought up, and I know the developer has had conversations with the region, has anything been mentioned about a delay in servicing?
I think, yes, sorry, Madam Mayor. We've had different discussions with different regional staff from a staff level perspective. So it might be helpful from a staff perspective to discuss the issue with the same staff that the landowner has. So touching base back with Mr. Gill. But in our mind, there has been no formal commitment as to the construction of the pumping station at this point in time. And I'm not sure the region is comfortable making a commitment on the actual construction of it without knowing some other details.
Okay, and then just follow up to that, then if they haven't committed to it, have they committed at all? I should say, pardon me, rephrase. Is there any indication that they've committed at all to this, and that changing the designation is going to have an impact on that whatsoever? I get just to the point that we're saying it's going to delay it, but we don't have a definitive as to when it's going to start as it is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is there, sorry, Madam Mayor, just through you, I know that the timing was the end of December this year for this. Is there time to speak with the region and have this come back to council before final comments on this, or are we at the final hour here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Scugog is actually only one of a few municipalities that will actually be getting comments back to the region by the end of the year. There are some other municipalities that will not be in a position to provide those comments by the end of the year to the region. So if it is council's will, we can take that back and have a discussion with regional staff. I'm not sure if we can get you the answer by the end or before the holiday break, but we can reach out and try to.
So, Councillor Ross, I'm looking to you to approve the friendly amendment. So you're in a bit of a quandary right now, I guess.
I guess just before approving it, in regards to the wording of the amendment, perhaps Councillor Guido could just, I don't know, if there was concerns with Ms. Prentice as to what the wording would be when it comes to the region, pardon me. Is there appropriate wording? And then upon approving that amendment, it'd be interesting to have a bit of a conversation as to if we can actually delay this until we have a council meeting coming up, if that is enough time for staff to get back to us.
Okay, what we can do is have a motion to table this until we get an answer from the region. Does that be correct, Mr. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, that would be up to the councillor if that's what he wants to put forward. It's not my decision to make.
But
whether it should be deferred or not.
It's appropriate.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely. A motion to defer has to be voted on prior to this motion being voted on.
I have an email from Mr. Bridgman with respect to my question about the above being submitted.
Okay, please go ahead.
So my question was, is there a deadline for the above to be submitted, which was the formal official amendment application with respect to the MCR, or can that occur anytime? So his response to me was, in answer to your question, the deadline for submitting the conversion request was October 23rd. From an administrative standpoint, we needed to establish a deadline to enable us to properly analyze the impacts of all requests collectively and comprehensively. Technically, we can't really refuse to consider the request, but it is a challenge for my staff if we are dealing with a moving target. Bottom line is, if you have any conversions, please have them send them to us as soon as possible and let us have the comment. Please let me know if you have any further questions or comments. So, but my question was, can we delay our comments? Is it okay for the municipality to delay our comments? I have no problem if I have assurance that we are not going to miss the boat by not getting this submitted in time by the end of December. I think that the line that is put into this motion, that the support be subject to the Region of Durham confirming the construction of the pumping station, and not to mention that we can also work with Mr. Wanup to make sure that that pumping station is part of the planning moving forward. I think that the way the motion reads is sufficient to get a response from the region. Those are my thoughts, and I just think that we can, in the end, it's going to be the region who decides anyway. And you know, I have also the same email that Mr. Wanup has from Mr. Gill about the EA not being affected. We don't even know if we would be successful after the assessment, whether these employment lands were converted or not. But I do know that when Mr. Gill presented to Region the plans for the EA, he did include in his comments the fact that they did have a conversion request from Skugog, and that was Mr. Wanup's land. So when we voted for it, council at the region already knew of a request for conversion.
My only comment would be might not know the extent of the acreage.
I believe it was included, but I'd have to search through the thing.
Yeah. Okay. I see that Ms. Prentice had your hand up. Did you want to comment on the conversation so far?
Sure. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to clarify with respect to the process on the employment conversions. The window for the conversion request was in October from the landowners. So this one has been submitted to the region. That's what's in front of the region. That's what they will move forward in reviewing as part of their process moving forward. They wanted response back from the municipalities on council's thoughts on the conversion requests that they will be reviewing to understand from a high level whether there is municipal support or not for the conversion. So that would help them in terms of their review moving forward. They will continue to move forward with their review whether they get municipal comments or not, but they would take municipal comments whenever they are received, I would anticipate.
I believe the deadline was December 31st, Ms. Prentice.
It is. That's the deadline they gave us, but they're not going to refuse municipal comments in January, is my point. And as I mentioned, Scugog is one of only 1 or 2 municipalities that will actually be providing formal comments back to the region before the end of the year, depending on what happens tonight.
I think in Commissioner Bridgman's email to you, I think he said as soon as possible. I know that he would like to have it by the end of December, for sure.
Well, I understood that from Mr. Mueller as well when I spoke to him at the region, along with Simon Gill, Colleen Goodchild, and Stacy Gibb last week, that our comments should be in by the end of December. If that wasn't the case, this wouldn't be before us today, I'm sure.
Okay, so you're still okay with item number 4 on the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
And Councillor Ross, are you okay with, as the seconder, are you okay with number 4 as it is?
Yeah, I am. I will agree to that so that the conversation can continue, but just one question for Ms. Prentice on that number 4 point is that if we defer this to the 21st is our next Monday, 1 week, is there a good chance that we'll have an answer back from the region as to the servicing of the employment lands if this goes through?
Ms. Prentice or Director Heritage, whichever. Ms. Prentice, go ahead.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. As I said, staff can reach out to regional staff to try and get some feedback in terms of their position on point number 4 and the construction of the pumping station. But as I noted, I'm not sure we will be able to get written confirmation from the region within a week's time confirming a timeline on the construction of the pumping station.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. I have no problem with the amendment as it stands right now.
Okay, thank you. Director Heritage, did I see your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think the region of Durham's process in terms of evaluating these additional works has progressed that far to confirm whether or not they will be constructing a pumping station. They've only committed to the preparation of an EA that was approved by Regional Council. In terms of the design of a pumping station and the construction of a pumping station and the construction of the force main and the gravity sewer along Reef Street, they haven't come to that conclusion yet, whether that will be constructed. So I don't think we're going to get an answer from them at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Watton, your hand is still up. Do you have a further comment or question?
No, I'm just waiting to make closing comments when we get around to it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McDougall, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious, when do we get to ask questions on the report?
After we get this amendment sorted out so that we can see what we're voting on.
So we're going to vote and then ask questions on the report?
No,
Madam
we're
Mayor?
going to vote on the amendment. And then after all of the questions, we will vote on the amended motion. Mr. Clerk, have I got that right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Council, this Councillor Watton made the motion, so this is her motion. There's no amendment.
Oh, yes, you're right.
As such, like this was her motion that she put forward.
Yeah,
So
you're
this
right.
is the motion on the floor right now.
Okay, as soon as all the questions on the friendly amendments and the motion is sorted out, we will ask questions of the report.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I apologize for the interruption, but this motion is on the report. So decision is up to you, obviously, but this motion is regarding the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDougall, please go ahead. Did you have a question, Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question on the report.
Go ahead.
Ms. Prentice, with regards to the report and the employment lands in Scugog, ultimately what we're looking at determining here is that realistically, Scugog has too much employment lands. That's what we're hearing tonight. So at some point in time, there was a 600 acres that was designated for employment lands in Scugog. So certainly that number must have came from somewhere. How did we determine that we needed 600 acres of employment lands? And how are we determining tonight that we have too much employment lands?
Ms. Prentice.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I would assume the acreage and why lands were designated as such came from a previous growth management study of some sort that would have identified the lands that were needed for employment uses. From my report, you can read that staff have not determined that we have too much employment lands, and that is where there's a bit of disagreement.
Councillor McDougall.
Thank you. Further, Ms. Prentice, through you, Madam Mayor. So at what point in time would we determine that there's too much employment lands, and what does that process look like?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor McDougall. As I mentioned, the region is now going to move forward with their growth management work and their land needs analysis, which would look at allocating residential as well as employment growth to the lower tier municipalities. So they will do that work. They will take into account which lands are available for growth, both greenfield and infill opportunities, and they will allocate growth. So they will say to Scugog, okay, based on the numbers we have as a region as a whole, here's what we're giving to the township of Scugog for both residential purposes and employment land purposes. And they take a look at, based on those numbers, how much land do we need to accommodate that growth? None of this work has been done yet. Until that work is done, we don't know how much land we need to the long-term vision, which is 2051. That's what we're planning towards. So we want to see the detailed employment land or the employment growth forecast and land supply budget coming out of the region in order to provide the type of information you're asking for.
Further through, Madam Mayor. So what is the timing of that sort of report? Is that the 2021 regional review that we're talking about for the, I believe it's the regional official plan?
That's correct. You will start to see some growth management numbers coming out probably early to mid 2021.
So we're merely months away from seeing some realistic growth numbers from the region in terms of what we are expecting in terms of employment. I understand from Mr. Wanup's concerns, this is a traditional perspective, but it's at least some possible metrics that we, can give something to when we're considering, how much employment lands we need. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. And that's kind of the discussion we had with the region regarding our review of the conversion request in absence of that information and how difficult it has been. That's why we focused on the planning perspective with respect to the review of the conversion request at this point in time in absence of those numbers. But it is a bit of the chicken and the egg situation with respect to needing to understand those numbers before we can provide a more accurate review.
Sorry if I'm asking so many questions. That's just
That's
as a
okay.
as a lifelong resident of Reach Township, sorry, Scugog Township, and the Ward 1 councillor here, and a lifelong resident of the town of Port Perry, I know those lands relatively well, played in the creek. It would seem to me that if we were going to take a strip off for residential lands, that you would go straight from Reach Road clear through to Line 6. It seems like it would be a natural type strip of land to take off for residential development, and it would tie all the way through. You know, we're seeing a lack of commitment from the region in terms of the water tower, which was supposed to be constructed in 2019, designed in 2017. It's nowhere on the map. So I'm very concerned about this pumping station that's supposedly been bumped up to 2020, I don't know, 2, 3, whatever. If we are going to do this, I expect that we are going to tie this directly to that pumping station. Would that be a reasonable request? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Prentice?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure the question was directed at me, but I will attempt to answer. I appreciate staff's or council's concern with respect to the infrastructure, and that is also staff's concern with respect to getting employment land serviced and how we move forward. So I appreciate that any sort of discussion on the conversion would be tied to those infrastructure needs for the employment lands themselves. I'm just not sure, to Director Heritage's point, that we will be able to provide an answer prior to a decision being made on the conversion.
Could I ask for a status on the, does anybody have a status on that water tower? Because I don't. Ms. Prentice or Director Heritage, do you happen to know what the plans are for that water tower?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's my understanding that the EA has been complete for the water tower, which identified those lands along the property boundary, Mr. Wanup's southern property boundary, but it could go in that general vicinity, either on his property or south on the neighboring property. But the anticipated construction, they still need to do, obviously, land acquisition. They're still grappling with, and they would still need to do detailed design and construction. Okay. But it's my understanding that they are still moving forward with those things.
Councillor McDougall mentioned about he thought it would be a better plan to go straight to the 6th, right from north to south, if I understand correctly. Does Mr. Wanup own those lands, or is this another owner?
It is another owner to the south of Mr. Wanup on Scugog Line 6, and it's my understanding that they did not submit a request for conversion of their lands at this point in time.
That's fine. So we have no control over that. Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor McDougall?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm still looking at this proposal, and I fully understand and support the need for residential development in this area. There's definitely a lot of people looking for housing. As a Ward 1 councillor, you know, someone who has seen, you know, I've received pictures of ambulances stuck in the middle of my roads. I would like to know what is the highest and best use for this land in terms of taxes, in terms of being able to provide, you know, gravel for those roads that desperately need it, line 13, line 14, Marsh Hill. I can go on and on and on all night long, as we can in other wards. What will benefit the taxpayers the best in the township of Scugog? The conversion of this lands or the retention of this lands in terms of employment uses? And I'm not sure who, if that's you, Ms. Prentice, that could best answer that, or I'm not sure who.
Ms. Prentice, you want to take a crack at it, and maybe Director Heritage could help out?
Sure. Generally, from a municipality's perspective, we always look at economic sustainability as a whole, and you always try to increase your non-residential tax assessment to offset the taxes on the residential side, which gives you that bigger tax base with which to do some of those capital projects without burdening it all on a residential taxpayer. So improving the non-residential tax base assessment is a goal for the township. So I think that answers part of your question. I think you're going to get, from the municipality's perspective and planning staff's opinion, the best use is to try and protect employment lands to increase that non-residential tax base.
Actually, that was one of my questions is will the remaining employment lands achieve the industrial residential tax ratio that is right now it's unacceptable, and would that make it more acceptable to have all of the lands as employment lands, or the proposal that's before us? So what you're saying, I believe, is, yeah, go ahead.
So further to that, we haven't done detailed analysis in terms of comparing the plans with respect to the commercial assessment and the residential assessment and the employment assessment. But from our perspective, maintaining the lands as employment gives you that better opportunity to offset that residential tax base with employment tax.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor McDougall, but that was my question that just tied into yours. So please go ahead if you have another question.
No, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to seek a way that we can support Mr. Wanup's proposal, but not necessarily support it tonight. I feel that this needs a better look in terms of how we can assure that we're going to be able to develop those additional employment lands that exist to the west of that property, or sorry, on the west portion and west of the property now. And I just think that that's what's, really needs to be looked at. And I don't feel, I apologize, but I have not had input into this. I have not had any involvement in it. And I'm hearing about this at the last hour, and I'm not very happy.
I guess you haven't had the emails that some of us have had. So are there any?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. No, I have not had the emails that some of you have had from the region of Durham.
No, I meant from Mr. Wanup. Mr. Wanup has sent several emails. Okay, do you have another question, Councillor McDougall?
No, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to defer this after to the next council meeting next week and see if we can't get some more answers from the region.
You putting that motion now?
If that's possible.
Well, you've already spoken to it, but I think that I've got three other speakers. So I'm wondering if you could allow them and then make your motion to defer.
100%. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Did I hear somebody's voice?
That was me, Madam Mayor.
Okay. You're going to wrap up, right?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I have a couple of speakers.
Well, okay, so to Councillor McDougall's comment about, capital projects and so on and so forth for, guaranteeing they could get done, and where will the funds come from? Currently, these lands are not contributing very much, and we have no guarantee that they will become employment lands for probably at least 5 or 6 years. So to fix the roads that Mr. McDougall is talking about, we can't play that off. I don't think that's a good way to handle this. Secondly, if we don't support this conversion and the region goes ahead with its ROP.
Councillor Watton, are you wrapping up? Because I have a couple of other speakers. Okay, would you mind if we have the other speakers first, and then I'll let you wrap up? Okay, sorry about that. I thought when you spoke out, I thought you had something to say.
No, well, we'll let the others speak first.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Brown, your hand was up.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually just listening to the other councillors, and both are making a lot of sense. I do have a question for Ms. Prentice. I made the comment earlier on in the evening, and I guess it was way earlier on, seeing as how it's as late as it is now, that that the township staff, it's a big no. This would that still be accurate, or did I overstate it?
Ms. Prentice, it's your report.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I wouldn't say it's a large no. I just think from a planning perspective, the goal would be to try and achieve a complete community that provides employment as well as residential uses. So that's why the report was written the way it is. But I did want to note that we appreciate that we would like to see the region's land needs analysis and more detailed growth management work as well would provide more input into this conversation.
And further to Councillor Watton, if we don't go along with this, how long do we have to wait to get the area serviced? We're talking 5 years then, is that right?
No. If we are talking 5 years potentially for the pumping station. It is my understanding that if the conversion request does not come through, the full servicing of the employment lands as well as the residential will not occur, but we will have the pumping station, and it could be dependent on the municipality to do servicing, but they would have to do it with approval of, say, a Mr. Wanup or whoever else owns those lands. It's either the developer will do the servicing, or my understanding is that the lands would be sold to a developer to do the final full servicing. And perhaps Robin could qualify that or certify that or change my understanding of it, whichever.
Ms. Prentice?
Sure. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. I think from either perspective, residential or employment, servicing is at least 5 years away, given the length of time is needed to do the EA detailed design and construction for the pumping station. That's one point I will make, whether it's residential or employment, that infrastructure is needed. Having said that, to Councillor Watton's points, there are a number of different options with respect to moving servicing infrastructure forward. So as I mentioned, a landowner could put the investment in and service their lands and open it up to users. The region and or the township and or a partnership of those agencies could also decide, if a landowner is not willing to, that one of those agencies will front end some of that servicing and recoup those costs through future DCs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. And somebody else's hand was up and went back down again. Mr. CAO, Mr. Nix.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify the cost of what has been termed full servicing. That's providing services within the boundaries of the land owned is the responsibility of the landowner. It is not the responsibility of the township. And how that is done is subject to negotiation or whatever agreements the landowner can create.
Okay, so and the same would be true, Mr. CAO, of residential. Doesn't the landowner or the developer pays for the hookups and the infrastructure, and then adds it onto the cost of the house? Is that correct?
That's correct. It's part of the cost of development.
Right.
The obligation under development charges is external to the site generally.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, did you have any other questions?
No, that's good enough for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question in regards to email received just before the meeting here I'm sorry, I'm not sure if it was Ms. Prentice or Director Heritage, in regards to some of the questions that a councillor had asked. In there, it says that all employment lands aren't created equally. And we've heard from the developer tonight and the planner that, that there's concerns over the topography of the lands that he's looking at developing. On this, where does this this parcel of land we're talking about, where does it fit on the spectrum of the desirability of people coming in?
For employment or for residential?
I'm sorry, for employment lands.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Prentice or Director Heritage?
I think I would direct that question to Director Heritage. I would just say I haven't done the detailed analysis of looking at which lands are desired most in the employment land from depending on the use. So I will direct to Councilor or Director Heritage, sorry.
Director Heritage?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Majority of employment lands generally are not completely flat. Some grading is required of employment lands. I have seen substantial grading on employment lands and has worked very well to accommodate fairly large buildings. That statement that Councillor Ross indicated was generally referring to the cost of land, and that the lands that Mr. Given had talked about adjacent to Highway 407 generally cost substantially more than, say, the lands that are in the Port Perry employment area that are approximately 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers away from a provincial highway. So not all employment lands are the same, and they are not created equally. That's what was meant by that statement.
Okay, that's great. Maybe I could just further to that then. So based on that, I'm assuming that Mr. Gibbons' comments as the lands near the 407 or to the southern communities, because they're priced higher, would be more desirable. And that, I guess to the first question, the lands within our employment lands, that we have some lands that are more desirable than others. So I guess that's my question, is the lands that we have some that are in flat areas or closer to the roads, and then we have the parcel that we're talking about tonight. In the spectrum of our employment lands, where does it rank as to what you would expect to go first and what would be taken up last in regards to employment land development?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, I would assume that the lands that would go first would be along Reach Street, that are in close proximity to the pumping station, that would require less investment in terms of extending the pipes to the properties.
Further, Councillor Ross?
Yep, just getting my notes here. In regards to, we've spoken tonight in regards to the separation, a separation required between employment lands and residential or significant areas, and Cockers Creek was brought up. But in the actual policy, is there a land feature or something that is required, or would a green strip, a park, a woodlot, would something like that suffice?
Director or Ms. Prentice?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'd be looking for a substantial buffer that would buffer residential lands, sensitive land uses from general employment that would permit outdoor storage. Just a quick look at the revised plan that was submitted by Mr. Given and Mr. Wanna. It appears that on the south end of that plan, there's a 10-meter landscape strip. If that's the case, it is substantially less in terms of its width as compared to the Cockers Creek Valley lands. And that may pose substantial problems in terms of providing an appropriate buffer between the residential development as proposed by Mr. Warnock and the existing employment area designations on the property to the south, general employment and prestige employment.
Okay, but is there an actual definition as to what the what is required. I understand that a thicker forest and a canyon of some sort would be far greater than a woodlot, but is there an actual definition of what's required?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, there's not an actual definition that is required.
Okay, great, thank you. I think that's everything for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I don't have it. Do I have any other questions? Because I have some. Okay.
I have one, Madam Mayor, but I can wait.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
Further to Councillor McDougall's ask of Mr. Wanup when we were receiving his delegation, Mr. Wanup confirmed that he would be comfortable, given the heightened value that the conversion would create, that he would be comfortable contributing financially. And I don't know, further to Councillor Guido's comments of getting things in writing, I wonder if this motion should have something of that agreement noted in it. And I only say that because really all of this isn't up to us. We're being asked for comments. We can give them or not give them, but they're still going to evaluate this conversion anyways because it's been submitted to the region. So this is our only shot to say what we would like to be considered in all of this, because ultimately it's not our decision. It'll go to the region and then it'll go to the minister and there's no appeals. So I just wonder if now's the time in this motion to make reference to what was agreed in conversation tonight. Thank you.
Director, can you comment on that, like the appropriateness of asking for that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify that this is not our only shot at such a request. The region, as part of the MCR, will be preparing a new draft official plan. That new draft official plan will identify the designations that will apply to this employment area as well as to all lands within the region of Durham. That draft OP will be circulated to area municipalities for comment. So we'll have another opportunity to comment on a draft OP at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Keesbrink, so do you still want that in there, or are you okay to we could comment on the draft?
I thank you, Ms. Director Heritage, for that confirmation that there'll be further opportunity to comment. I don't know because obviously this is a new one for all of us. But I just don't know where the right place is to document what was discussed. It would be nice to have something in writing, and I don't know if that would have a bearing on how this motion is received from the region.
Well, when we say in item number 3 there, any additional comments, could that be included in that, Director?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it could be. We could add any additional comments that are arising from this committee meeting and forward that to the region. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Keesbrink, you okay with that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Mr. CAO, your comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In terms of Councillor Keesbrink's comments regarding the offer to pay for services that are already included in development charges. Just wanted to clarify that we cannot require a developer to pay for works that are covered under the development charge legislation, or even if they volunteer to do so. However, they could help by front-ending some works and be paid back through development charge credits. We just couldn't take their money free and clear. It's against the legislation.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Keesbrink?
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I appreciate that.
Okay, nothing further, Councillor Keesbrink? Okay.
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDougall, you have another question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. I have a question. I believe it's through the Director Heritage or Ms. Prentice through you, Madam Mayor. We keep talking about these lands as if, there's nothing developable without, the servicing to be put in. Is that correct?
Ms. Prentice?
Through you, Madam Mayor, development is permitted to move forward on the basis of private servicing. So that is, so to your point, some development could move forward on private servicing. What we're finding is the majority of large users that come forward are looking for full municipal service lots.
So I'm asking the question because I believe the Port Perry secondary plan back in 2014 had a plan done that showed that these lands would be could be developed, up to 20 hectares of them roughly, through the Fife Shire Court connection. Is that correct?
Ms. Prentice?
I'm not sure. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure of the specific numbers, but as I did mention, lands or uses can move forward on private servicing in these areas. It's just a matter of whether the user is willing to put in the investment of private services if there's a potential for municipal services to come online in the short term or not. So that is the discussion that business owner would have to have.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. No, it's my understanding from the region of Durham that the Fife Shire Court connection would actually provide gravity serviceable sewers through these lands, or a sizable portion of them. I believe that would connect as far south as possibly Sherrington Drive, but I'm not sure of that.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. There is a portion of the subject lands on Mr. Wanup's property that would be serviced by a gravity sewer going east.
So is it fair, from my understanding, that if the region of Durham would actually commit and do what it says it would do in terms of the 2017 design and the 2019 construction of the water tower, that some of these lands would already possibly be serviced and possibly be going into play as soon as 2021?
I'm not sure about 2021. I believe they would still perhaps require the water servicing connections. I would have to confirm that. I'm not sure if Director Heritage has that input.
Director Heritage?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, I thought it was 2022 or 2023 before the tower would be completed and the water extensions in place to provide municipal water in the area.
And
okay, further?
And further, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So with the delays in the water tower now, what does that give us for a potential schedule for development in these areas?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess the earliest the water would be there, depending on the region's timing, would be 2022, 2023 with respect to the water tower. But we would also have to look at any required water mains coming from that tower to service any surrounding lands.
And now, could I just comment on that? You talked about timing. Because there's no official plan and all of this hasn't been resolved about this, the conversion, nothing could happen until the official plan was approved. Is that correct?
No, Madam Mayor, the development could move forward based on what's in effect today, which is the employment land designations and zoning.
No, I meant the conversion. Like if
yes.
Yeah, so it would have to wait.
The residential use, if council supports a conversion, that would have to be approved at the regional level through the region's OP, through the province. So you're looking at a timeline of probably 2023 at the earliest before there's even an approval on the regional OP. Then the township would have to update our documents at the lower tier, or there would in order to bring them into conformity with the upper tier. So you're looking at probably a 4 to 5 year process with respect to official plan documents.
Okay, thank you. But employment could go ahead as soon as at any time.
That's
right?
correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor McDougall?
No, not at this time, other than I'd really like to see my water tower in place. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, we all would. Okay, there are no further questions from council. I'll ask a couple myself. Some of them, of course, have been asked. And so how are we doing, Ms. Prentice, on the provincial density targets? It was mentioned in the comments from the proponent that it would help with our density targets. With all of that's in the books right now, with the developments and so on that are on the books right now, are we basically in conformity with the density targets by the province?
So the density targets are, the provincial ones are allocated to the region, and the region kind of gives density targets to the lower tiers, and those targets do take into account the different areas. Obviously, you're going to get a higher density in the south and a lower density here, as Mr. Given noted. If it's with respect to employment density targets, I would have to take a look in terms of anything we do approve. We do take a look at density targets from a residential perspective. We don't often from an employment perspective, just because we are trying to facilitate employment as we move forward. So from a higher level, we do take a comprehensive plan with respect to the planning within a community with respect to those targets, but I couldn't tell you where we currently sit with respect to density targets. I think what Mr. Given was referring to was more so the employment lands in this area tend to see a lower, develop at a lower density with respect to jobs than those in the south end.
Okay, did have another one. Can't think what it is right now. Okay, so Councillor McDougall, you wanted to move to, what was you wanted to defer it, or?
I'd like to make a motion to defer this until next council meeting.
Seconder? Councillor Watton, your hand is up. Okay. Councillor Brown, you're seconding it?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, I am, Madam Mayor.
Do I not get to close then?
Well, the motion to defer has come up.
Because you told me to wait.
Okay, go ahead.
For my comments and let everyone else speak.
Go ahead, Councillor Watton.
Thank you. First off, I don't know that a deferral will serve any purpose, but that's my personal opinion. So with respect to the amended motion, I just would like to say that these lands that we are talking about have sat basically stagnant for 20 years, waiting for employment. The opportunity, Mr. Wanup's plan and his conversion request, in my opinion, offers an opportunity to open the lands for employment that is currently not developable. He is a willing partner should we allow for this conversion. Secondly, this will serve as a catalyst for servicing of the lands. It will allow the region to put in a pumping station, but it will also allow a developer such as Mr. Wanup to contribute to the servicing of the lands for employment. It will create an environment for higher employment numbers should we put in the long-term care and various other opportunities that he has presented on his plan. It will provide rooftops for employers to offer to their employees that would come perhaps to work on those employment lands. and it will help to address the shortages of affordable housing by providing a wide range of housing choice. As Mr. Puckering concluded in his letter, and speaking as the chair of EDAC, although he did qualify that it has not been presented to EDAC, he believes that this is a positive opportunity for an immediate impact to propel our community forward. And I agree with him. We can spend all our time waiting for industry to come, which we have over the last 20 years, or in my opinion, we can work with Mr. Wanop as a developer to develop a plan that will be mutually beneficial and provide economic stimulus for Skugog. Mr. Wanop has repeated that he would work with the township to look towards whatever we think is best. Mr. Given basically stated the same. I think it is an opportunity that we are foolish to turn down. And I truly don't believe that if we do not get the conversion, which is ultimately up to the region, that Mr. Wanop will be a willing player to put servicing to these employment lands. Those are my concluding remarks, and I truly hope that this council will support Mr. Wanop's request to the region for the conversion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Watton. And if this motion to defer goes through, I encourage you to keep your notes and give them again next week for the next meeting. So, Councillor McDougall, your motion is up. We got a seconder, I believe. Was it Councillor Brown? Right. Okay, to the motion to defer. I don't know whether there's any, I don't think there's any debate on that. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Just in regards to time and date, Mayor, Madam Mayor, only. Time and date only.
Yeah, that's right, too. Time and date only. Anybody? Councillor McDougall, has your hand up you talked about the date is next week?
Yes, Madam Mayor. And I also, I think perhaps maybe I should seek some direction for staff to follow up with the region of Durham in terms of their position in terms of the construction of the pumping station, should we make this request.
And the water tower?
Yes, please.
Okay. And that's okay with the seconder. Any other questions, comments on the time or date?
Madam Mayor, it's Councillor Kiesebrink.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we can vote on another motion when we have a motion on the floor right now.
Motion to defer takes precedence. Yes, motion to defer takes precedence, right, Mr. Clerk?
You are correct, Madam Mayor. That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no questions or comments on time and date, I'll call our recording secretary, please call the vote. Motion to defer.
The vote is open, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm only seeing Councillor Watton's motion up at the moment.
The motion says that staff report DEV 2020-041 Envision Durham employment area conversion request be deferred to the council meeting of December 21st, 2020, and staff will take as direction the comments by Councillor McDougall.
And if I may interrupt, Madam Mayor, Councillor Kiesebrink, if you go to eScribe, you'll see perhaps the voting option.
Yeah, I'm in eScribe and I'm still seeing the original casted motion there.
Okay, so do you need me to read it again, Councillor Kiesebrink?
No, that's okay, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody voted on this?
Just waiting for Councillor Kiesebrink, Madam Mayor.
Do you want to give a verbal, Councillor Kiesebrink? Or can you access your voting?
I can't access it.
You want to vote in favor or opposed? Councillor Kiesebrink? You're muted.
I'll vote in favor.
Thank you. And that is carried. It will be discussed again on the 21st. Thank you, everyone. There was, and to the delegates, thank you very much. Very good questions and comments, and thank you, Ms. Prentice, for your report. It's very thorough, and Director Heritage as well. Thank you. We'll now move to page 52, 11.3, Scugog Line 8 Bridge Design, Phase 2 contract on page 52. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Guido, is that on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm moving it with no questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDougall, are you seconding?
100%. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Recording Secretary, could you call the question, please? And it's up there. Can you see that, Councillor Kiesebrink?
Unfortunately, no, Madam Mayor.
Okay, that report COMS 2020-057 Scugog Line 8 Bridge Design Phase 2 Contract Award be received. And 2, that the single source contract award to Q&E Engineering for the Phase 2 detailed design and EA amendment for Scugog Line 8 Bridge in the amount of $67,122, including HST, be approved. Do you have to give a verbal vote, Councillor Kiesebrink?
In support, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. There is no correspondence, no new business, and I'll call for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Guido, seconded, please. Councillor Ross, did you want to second that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions or comments? All those in favor? Madam Recording Secretary, we'll call the vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Kiesebrink.
Just waiting for Councillor Watton, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Watton, do you want to give a verbal?
Sorry, it's not coming up, so I'll vote in favor.
Okay, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone, for an excellent meeting, and enjoy what's left of the rest of your evening. Good night.